Go live, go live. We shall go live, for it is time for naval history fun. Hello, everyone. Well, for starters, I need to change something behind me. It's been an interesting day. It really has. But I do believe it is the 30th today, so that means I need to find the 3, which is somewhere in here. I think it's next to the 5, yep. Always next to the 5. And find the 0, which, if I remember correctly, is hiding next to a 1 somewhere. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Ooh. Done. And it's Thursday. It's live day. Hello, everyone. Right then. Hello, JSP. Hello, Calvin Gasberg. Hello, Bijan. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Brzowski. Hello, 35 Benvids. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Cody85. Hello, I don't think I've seen you before. Hello, everyone. And basically, hello, Seneca Nera. The Doopy Loom is cruising along. That's worrying me. Oh, good lord. More Blackburn. You're going to be very, very happy, but I am putting in now a warning. There will be a warning point at which there will be a slide that comes up that is there to give you a warning about what is coming. Okay? I have included it as a protective measure for people who do not wish to be exposed to the Blackburn. There is going to be a slide which comes up to protect you. If you wish to look away, that slide is warning, go away for 10 minutes and then come back. That will protect you from having to look at the Blackburn. I have also got a fluffy torpedo and a needle and thread here today, so for some reason. You will find out later. Maybe. Depending on how brave my fingers are feeling. I was asking, pieces of discussion. Why the Blackburn is the best choice for reconnaissance aircraft on RN cruisers? No, it was always carrier launched, thankfully. Hello, Zachary Gagan. I wonder if Dr. Clarke will cover Supermarine Type 333. I will be talking about several of the Supermarine type aircraft. Hello, DG40. Hello, Knight 6831. Seneca. Hello, Seneca. If Dr. Clarke doesn't wear Blackburn merchandise now, I'm not wearing any Blackburn merchandise. My T-shirt of the Blackburn, and honestly, I have ordered both it and the T-shirt of the Catalina, the Cataclysmic Catalina. I've ordered both, haven't arrived yet. Good evening. Shimmy, good evening. Hello, Marga. Hello. And just be, you have a theme song. I'm just trying my best. Mike is clipping. That could have been me overloading it. Honestly, could have been. But let's see. I'm not sure. Is it clipping because of me, or is there background noise? Because that sounds like there's a fan noise coming through as well. Also clipping during normal speech. I have no idea. Let me check that one. Let's see. Okay. So, hopefully that's improved the clipping. Hopefully, he says. Right. Jerome Hanley. Jesus, this H1's pinafore. I try. Hello, Adam Crow. Simonish. Hello. Oh, going live almost gave me a heart attack. Andrew Ben. Ken Johnson, Clarke. And sorry, goodbye to 730 736 Naval Squadron. It is rather annoying losing them. They are rather useful. Alistine Richards. Cody 85. For some Americans, you may also need it for the Brewster Buffalo. We're skipping the Buffalo. I limit myself to 2 really fugly looking aircraft per presentation, and basically I had to toss up between that and the Buffalo and one other, and I decided the other one gets less press than the Buffalo. Hello, Melissa 240. No, you're not late. Right. So, first things first, for those of you who don't know, my name is Dr. Clarke, and currently I have a little competition for familiar bragging rights going with my aunt. This is because I have the Spreadshirt store now, which has Blackburn merchandise on and various other things as well to do with the channel, because people wanted merchandise to buy and wear. And I had a lot of fun on HMS Belfast when I was aboard her on Sunday, because there were a couple of people who had merchandise from the store on them, and they basically very proudly was going, "Look, we got it!" And I was going, "Well, that's nice, thank you." It was quite cool. Went all bashful for a moment. Anyway, my aunt has made a bet that if I get to 13,000 subscribers by December 31st, 2021, highly unlikely considering I'm on 6,700, so I would need 6,300 to get there. She and my uncle will wear Blackburn face masks and take a photo of them wearing them that I'll be able to put up on January 2nd. So, family bragging rights, people, please. The only way I can do this is with your help. 96831, I have 9 questions for later. Oh, that's going to be a lot of questions. What is a Spreadshirt show exactly? Spreadshirt is the site that this is all done through. The Spreadshirt shop, it's an interesting thing. Hello, Mitchell Oates. Blackburn Buffalo, the stuff of nightmares. You never know. Hello, Stephen Thompson. I did enjoy the piece of cinematic history on Twitter. And Sam Canoe, the Blackburn couldn't be the ugly plane. It's the most... Oh, good. Oh, I worry about you all. I honestly do. I will admit now that today's videos, and I will put this nice way, there are approximately 37 slides, I think, for today's slideshow. So they will not be the normal... normally I give them quite a long time up there. They're going to get 6 minutes today per slide rather than a normal... I think it's usually... I set it for 720. So normally I give them 12 minutes. This time they're on 6 minutes per slide. But that's fine, because I've got my notes on one side, and I've got my book, and I've got my other things, and mainly the pictures are there for me to... The slides are there for me to back up and chat through. I am quite worried sometimes about the amount of you who are quite obsessed with the Blackburn. Oh God, help us all. So no, these are the pictures. These are the HMS Unicorn slides design, which is up there, which is quite cool because it's HMS Unicorn and it has written on, and your eyes are deceiving you. This is not an aircraft carrier. It isn't. It's not an aircraft carrier. See, not highly unlikely if you start a new series of photos called Secret. I'm not doing that. So, here is why I have the Torpedo with me. And this is, to an extent, what started off part of the discussion left to the Torpedo. Because, for those of you who don't know, this is the World of Warships Fluffy Torpedo, which I got in my goodie bag from Belfast, and has proved an absolute diamond for me explaining things. Because I've been talking about torpedoes a lot recently, and all the little Airfix ones are about that size, and you hold them up to a camera and they're like that. Or I've got some big chunky pieces of wood, which are fine for demonstrating in a lecture theatre, but again, don't show through on a camera. This is big enough and quirky enough, it sticks in people's heads. So, the Blackburn Dart is the first real carrier strike aircraft in terms of a torpedo strike engine. I know we talk about the Sopwith Cuckoo, we talk about all these, they're all very capable aircraft which do fly, but the first proper one is the Blackburn Dart. That's the first one which is really put into mass production for that time. 126 is mass. And as you can see, it serves with quite a lot of different people, including the Japanese, the British, and the Americans. The Americans and the Japanese mainly have just a few for testing, a couple, but it's where they start up their ideas of torpedo bombers as well. And you have to remember, the torpedoes, as they're shaped for this time, take off the fins, and that is your aerial torpedo. Okay? So at this point, the torpedo we're talking about for naval aviation looks like this. And like all torpedoes, it's nose heavy because the engine's in the back, the explosives are in the roughly at the front, and there's a contact detonator right at the front. It doesn't take up much space. So, as you can guess from that design, which is going to be more dense, the explosive or the engine? It's the explosive. So, when aerial torpedoes, and this is the big problem, when people start to go, oh, well, the moment aircraft could carry torpedoes, they could take out the capital ships, so the capital ships became pointless. Sit there and go, really? Because what a torpedo does when it hits the water, when it's first dropped from an aircraft, is because it's nose heavy, it goes clunk. And then it slowly counteracts and slowly gets back to the surface. And that's why they end up eventually adding in fins like this to help it get back to the surface and also to try and smooth its entry into the water. But it's boom, it's going in like that. You know, you drop it and it's in and it's going along. It's deep diving. It's why the Italians and the Americans both thought their harbours were safe, because as far as they knew, the torpedoes are going to hit the water and go down so low they're going to hit the shallow bay, the shallow. Oh, what's it called? The the sea floor, the shallowness of the sea, the bed, and then going to go off there, or they're going to get stuck in the mud. They won't hit our ships. There's no point worrying about them. But this is it. This is the starting point of many things, and also, as many of you know, this is the base aircraft from which they developed the Blackburn. Melanie, that appears to be more of a torpedo. Honestly, it is a bit like a torpedo, but it's close enough I can use it. Graham Hanlon, better watch the fluffy researchers and doesn't like a new prop. I have already asked them to see if they've got a doggy-friendly one for him, because, yeah, both of them, both the Tafra and the FRA are after it. The Finns did use Bruce the Buffalo well, and Vice Admiral Wilson, good evening. Yeah. Don't even know what a fluffy torpedo. Well, if you'd been at HMS Belfast on Sunday, you'd have got one. I agree, Derp Squad. I do think the fluffy torpedo is a completely missed out revenue stream for world gaming. Come on, re-torpedo nose heavy and tailfins did their best to impact into the water vertically. Cody, assuming the torps don't break up on impact, that's another problem of them doing the vertical bump. Which is another reason why torpedo bombers tend to want to be able to fly slowly and at a certain height. You have to... If you drop these from the wrong height, they smash on hitting the water. If you're too high, they just smash when they hit the water. If you drop them too low, they dive too deep. So you have to drop them from just the right height. It's incredibly complicated to drop a torpedo, which is why the armed services go hunting other things. I think I do know this already. I think I know what you're talking about. Prepaid Visa MasterCards? I'm not sure. I know. Oh, good lord. No, we're not doing that drinking. No, Dan Freeman, I'm going to put this out now. I'm not encouraging anyone to do a Blackburn drinking game, because if you do, that's going to be mentioned a lot in this video, and that's not good for anyone. 96831. Would the Sopwith Cuckoo air attack on the High Seas Fleet have actually done any damage if it happened? It would have done. The question is whether the torpedoes themselves would have caused the most damage, or whether the confusion from suddenly surging their fleet to sea because they're suddenly scared of what might be coming for them causes the damage, and whether or not actually... You must remember, this is why there was going to be why there was the Royal Navy, the Grand Fleet was also going to be at sea during the time, because they thought at one point that the German High Sea Fleet might come charging out into the North Sea from it. And they could pounce and go, hello. Good evening, Loki. That's good. If you drop them too fast, they either break up or go too deep. If you drop them torpedoes slowly, you join it in the drink. Pretty much, again, that's the other fun. It's a non-stop trouble. Then we have the Flycatcher. Now, why have I put the Flycatcher in here? Because this is really quite a cool aircraft, if you're thinking about it, because it's one of the first aircraft which are designed to operate from carriers as you start to understand them heading towards World War II. It has special flaps. It has a wood and metal with fabric-covered structure on the Mark I. But the Mark II, which wasn't pursued but was built in 1926, was all metal. They had an undercarriage which could be used twin floats or a wheel-float combination or wheels. So, you know... This meant they could be launched from battleships or other capital ships or even cruisers, as well as carriers. So you could really deploy your fighter as far and wide as you wanted. They added hydraulic wheel brakes as well as flaps to slow down their landing, and they carried arrestor hooks. Now, admittedly, these arrestor hooks weren't to slow down the Flycatcher. They were actually to stop it going over the side when it landed, which was enough of a trouble that actually the first arrestor cables, etc., were developed specifically to stop that. This is where you've got the aircraft coming. And the reason I'm starting off with the history of the interwar naval aircraft development, and then I'm going into what could have been, is because you need to understand where they're starting from. You need to understand what the technology is they're starting from. They have a technology they are coming from. And they're trying to get to. They also, they are trying to get something which is going to be useful. But they only have limited resources and they have limited understanding. They are very much... How to explain it? Okay. If you consider, if anyone here knows this, right, if you ever played the original Command & Conquer, a computer game series, or any of the first generation of computer games from about 10, the series that have been long running from a first generation of Halo, 10, 15, 20 years ago. They were a lovely game for their time, but compared to current game mechanics, they are not really what we would expect. They're nice to go back and play and reminisce, but you can only play them for so long before you start going, oh... This is what you're dealing with in the 1920s. They have come out of a world war which hasn't had aircraft carriers in, which has seen the nascent development of naval aviation. The Royal Navy has the most carriers of any navy in the world, and they don't have control of their fleet air arm. So they're not exactly pushing things forward. In fact, there are treaties in place which are actually actively preventing people pushing stuff forward. You know, if you hadn't had the Washington Naval Treaty for, let's say, another 5-10 years, goodness knows what navies you'd have ended up with. Because let's be honest, if the Washington Naval Treaty doesn't manage to be put in place till 1932, well, you've probably got the G3s built, you've got the Lexingtons built, you've got all sorts of different ships built which wouldn't have been built. You've probably got a whole new generation of aircraft carriers built at the end of the 1920s. Because, again, the reason you have the conversions rather than new builds is because of treaties. Not because anyone's that obsessed with the idea of converting ships to carriers because they don't think carriers are worth it. No, they're sure carriers are worth it. They're just doing the conversions because that's the best way of using materials left over by the treaties. Do you know? Mm-hmm. And so, warning, Blackburn is coming. This is what you have being developed. And in the 1920s, I am not being patriotic or obsessed with British when I'm looking at them, when I pick out British aircraft for that period, because really the only fleet air arm that you really have to think about in this period is the fleet air arm of the Royal Navy and RAF, as it was combined, because the others don't have much in the way of ships, don't have much in the way in terms of aircraft. The Royal Navy has Eagle, Hermes, Argus, Furious. Courageous and Glorious are being slowly constructed. It will, in the beginning of the 1930s, it will get Ark Royal as well, and have illustrious on construction by the time of World War II. It will have the most aircraft carriers, pretty much of any navy, in service or under construction by 1939. Ah! Now I have got that message wrong. So it went to use one and error. Oops, the store didn't activate properly. Sorry about your luck. Do you have the original receipt? That sounds rather cruel. Bad luck. Also sounds like how some of the navies have found with procurement of aircraft in the 1920s. Animal 16365. How deep did the torpedo go before it leveled out? That depended on how fast the aircraft was when it dropped it. It also depended on how fast. Well, I said how fast the aircraft was going when it dropped it. How heavy the torpedo was, and also how high it was dropped from. Because again, if it's going faster and dropped from higher and hits the water, it has more momentum, especially if it's heavier, and it'll go deeper. Which is why aerial torpedoes tend to be the lighter weight variety, because the heavyweight torpedoes go way, way too deep. Hope you enjoy your pizza, Stafford. Oh. That's good. A float wheel combination layout sounds like a very bad idea. Either the left or right wing landing structure is going to be incredibly ill-advised, whatever you're landing on. And now, what it meant then was you had a float, but they also had wheels sticking down. So basically, you could land on water or on the carrier, was the idea. If you want to be scared, you can please be scared. Because imagine the joys of landing. You want to come in slow because you literally... you have the little wheels sticking through what look like huge, great big bananas. Zachary, I'm convinced the RAF is to blame for many orange problems. Not really. They are... let's put it this way. The RAF is not to blame for many of the RN's problems, especially during World War II. They aren't any time. They are problematic because sometimes they play the political game better than the RN does. That happens in the 1960s. As I said in my own video about that, about that white paper, the RAF put forward a plan because they're expecting the Navy to win, and they didn't think the politicians would give them so much. They were hoping to get a slice of the pie. They weren't expecting to get the whole pie, and they kind of realized very quickly they lost the whole pie. In the 1920s and 30s, the RAF aren't malicious. They're just not focused on them. To them, the Fleet Air Arm, for start, they argue for control of it because it's an integral part of the overall force structure. It's critical to Britain's total air strength because it's quite a large component of it. Of course, paid for by the Navy, but the RAF doesn't treat it as if it's paid for by the Navy. And then they are, to an extent, they're just not worried about it because by the beginning of the 1930s, they get obsessed with multi-engine bombers and heavy bombers, and the bomb will always get through, which, again, you have to remember is their founding myth. The founding myth of the RAF that caused the creation was there was going to be a surplus of engines available in 1918 to be equipped to multi-engine bombers, which could then do strategic bombing of Germany to devastate Germany. And it turned out there wasn't a surplus of engines, so they couldn't build those bombers. And the whole basis of the maths of those surplus of engines is, in adding it up, everyone had conveniently forgotten the amount of aircraft which had to have engines whole engine replacements due to war damage. I'm glad to hear the card now works and all got okay, Melanie. Right. Night 6 Fairey Flycatcher. The Fairey Flycatcher leads better than the Blackburn. They're completely different aircraft, thankfully. John Evans, why did navies not get limits on carrier tonnage overall or individual if they all had interest in the area in their development? Well, they did agree limits on carrier tonnage overall and individual at the point at which they started to agree them. It's going to sound strange. The treaties take time to get people on side. You have treaties which agree individual tonnages and total tonnages for capital ships, and then you have treaties which agree for overall tonnage for other ships, and it's a slow building process like any arms control treaty work. No. On the changing of the ugly to life-changing request. Oh, right then. Derp Squad. Let's see. So anyway, apparently the Japanese thought it was a factor of the rear fin size and design. They did. Because it was a factor for the RM, but we'll get to that later. So the Blackburn is an interesting aircraft because in 1920, the RN went, ooh, right then, we need something. We need something to solve our problems. And our problems are quite simple. We have to be able to coordinate our aircraft, our destroyers, and our cruisers, and our battle line to beat the enemy. Because the Royal Navy started getting really into this combined arms or whole fleet battle doctrine. And the trouble is with a whole fleet battle doctrine, it works really quite cool. It really does. But there is a small problem with it. You need to coordinate it. And to do that, they designed this aircraft, which is a Blackburn Dart, which has had its entire body reshaped around a map table, basically. There is a covered map area. And there is also an area for them to take star shots and other things so they can do night reconnaissance, night, and get positions that way. It's a really interesting aircraft from that perspective. It's also darned ugly. And that really is the prettiest picture I can find of it. And pretty much the roles it fulfills will be most likely aid airborne early warning, satellite, spotter drone. So pretty simply, it's the first ever purpose-built I-Star aircraft. New IKV 4472. No, I only do singing at the beginning. And only of videos which I think deserve it. Should the Royal Navy have controlled the Maritime Patrol Fleet? I think there's a case for it to be joint service, considering the F-35 is joint service. Hello, Eric Kaufman. Oh. Cash, there must be a picture of one of the cargo cults worshipping the blizzard. Oh, good lord, no. Ian Carr. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Seriously, I didn't know whether to take it. That's just rude. So, yes, I-Star. And for those wondering what that is, I have it all written up nicely. Now, I-Star stands for Intelligence, Surveillance, Target Acquisition, and Reconnaissance. Yeah. Currently, there are several aircraft types which fit the I-Star role, but the Blackburn is the first ever aircraft that really is designed and built for the I-Star role. Which is probably going to mean my inbox tomorrow is going to be full of very upset members of a certain squadron in the Royal Air Force complaining that I have associated their aircraft with the Blackburn. So, if you ever see I-Star, and I'm going to flick back to it, so again, apologies. If you ever see I-Star and someone's going, yeah, this is something new, this is something cool, it's something which we've come up with since, the Gulf War or whenever they date it from. No, the Royal Navy had an aircraft for the role, thanks to working with the Royal Air Force to get it, in the 1920s. It was fugly. But there again, if we consider modern I-Star aircraft usually have lumps and bumps sitting out of them, so perhaps it's the combination of the role. Maybe that might be it. Let me just get up quickly an image of a modern I-Star aircraft. Yep, let's find. I've got a picture of a Sentinel. I will bring that up. Yeah, there you go. See. So perhaps it's the role. Perhaps the role demands you be an ugly aircraft. Because, let's be honest, the Sentinel ain't pretty. Modern I-Star, 1920s I-Star. But, again, this is important to think about because it's important to think about where aircraft are going in the interwar years. They're not thinking about them in a simple or a straightforward fashion. They are actually trying to experiment, trying to develop, trying to push forward roles and concepts which we would consider very modern and things which sometimes we can see in conceit think we're only just doing today. It's kind of like when you talk to people and they go, oh yeah, we have powered tools today. They didn't have powered tools a long time ago. And you still go, well, what do you think a water-powered mill was? It's a powered tool. This video's already had my singing. Line 631. 35 years to go from the stop with Cuckoo to West Wyvern is interesting. It is. Zachary Gogan, it amuses me that's the prettiest picture of it you could find, Dr. Clarke. Just how bad are the other images of the Blackburn that it's the prettiest one? I will leave that to you and Google to find out. I will leave it to you and Google. And this is a fun aircraft as well to put on in the background. The Boeing P-12, which is quite an amazing aircraft in its own right for many operational reasons, but really the most amazing feat it managed to do is actually get the two American air services to actually buy the same aircraft. So, why is this aircraft important? Because it's one of the first aircraft which actually shows that land aircraft and sea aircraft can have similar performance. Because, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, both were equally... Well, let's put it this way. It's a fighter which is definitely going to win in a dogfight maneuver, but you might not be caught by it. Because... And remember, its first flight is in June 1928. It had a top maximum speed of 189 miles per hour. It had a range, though, of only 570 miles. So... And its cruise speed was 160 miles an hour. So you might not get caught by it. You might not. You might manage to scrape away from it. You never know your luck. Amzowski, will we get a float plane version of the Blackburn? I think only one of those was actually produced from knowledge, and I don't think anyone took a photograph of it. At least I've never managed to find one, and I'm very happy I haven't found one. Right. The US Army Air Corps, it's US Army Air Corps, and USN didn't really get any decent aircraft until the P-38 and F4F did they? There are going to be more of them coming along. There are photographs. Oh, good lord. Greg Salsky, I don't need to see those photos. But no, the Boeing P-12 is a pretty cool aircraft. It flies for the Brazilian Air Force, the Chinese National Air Force, the Philippines Army Air Corps, the Spanish Air Force, the Thai Royal Thai Air Force operated a version of it, and of course the US Army Air Corps, the United States Marine Corps, and the US Navy all flew them. You'd be glad to know it had a Pratt & Whitney Wasp 9-cylinder air-cooled radial pistol engine, which could give it 500 brake horsepower. Yeah. And a two-bladed adjustable pitch metal propeller. Honestly, its real claim to fame, apart from being operated by both services, is that they did quite so much work with this. The Navy got variants, the Army got variants, and they kept working on them. And they kept thinking about what they were going to use them for. And you have some quite big orders. You know, they order 90 P-12Bs, 96 P-12Cs, 110 P-12Es, 92 F4B4s. The rest are under 40 in terms of their order. Each order is under 40. But this is the point. The Americans are managing to start ordering in large numbers. And this is when the Americans start to really get into the process of ordering a large number of aircraft and then not using them for that long. Because whilst they served till 1949 with the Brazilian Air Force, they served with the US Navy till 1935, and this is the phrase which I love in the US Navy's own history, and it's copied in Wikipedia. Survivors are transferred to training duties or relegated to training duties in 1941. Now, that happens before war breaks out in 1941, so survivors? Just how bad an accident prone aircraft was that? Just how bad? I'd like to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. So, now, here is, of course, the other interesting aircraft. As I said, there are 2 ugly aircraft allowed per show, and this one, of course, also includes that which we won't name, but needs to be there because it's in the picture. This is the Levasseur PL-7 of the French Navy. It's their torpedo bomber. And earlier, I was talking about the various techniques for dropping a torpedo. And by this point, the Royal Navy has come onto the idea of having extended wooden fins stuck on the end. So that's what's on the Blackburn Dart, on Blackburn Ripon, and the various other Royal Navy torpedo bombers at the point. The French, no. This is our aircraft. This will be amazing. The French carefully avoid doing that, and then carpenters aboard the Burn, and this is according to one book I've read, which is a decent book about this thing, so I'm not 100% sure about this. Carpenters aboard the Burn, who had seen what the Royal Navy fitted on the back, decided to build their own to fit them on it. Now, the Levasseur is important. It's still in service at the beginning of World War II. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be replaced. And the French have been considering buying a whole new aircraft carrier. But the reason they've delayed betting new aircraft is because until they get a new aircraft carrier, they don't want new aircraft. This is also when the French get really obsessed, and you have to say this is a tradition from Bern forwards. I'm saying that name way too many times. Of having their island structure as far forward as they do. It's best for conning. That's actually, BAE have it on their history page. I have managed to avoid that. The Mighty Jingles has picked the photos of the Blackburn float plane and gave him a religious moment on Armchair Admirals. Why would anyone put the poor Mighty Jingles through that? No wonder he doesn't do Armchair Admirals anymore. That probably traumatized the poor man. I'll have to send him an apology note. Knight Ticker from the US 2S Dragon Lady offered to the RF. Oh, that's on iStar. Okay. Hello. Any news on when you're doing a book event? When my book comes out in January. But I do have plans. Mic clipping for anyone else? I tried to figure this one out. I'm not sure why it's clipping. Let me see. Hopefully that's better. Hopefully the mic stops clipping under those circumstances. There's Fluffy Research Torpedo? No, it's Wargaming Torpedo, but it works for my purposes. That's good. Is the cutout in the lower airframe in the PL7 for a torpedo to be carried in a more aerodynamic mount? No, that's more shadowing and shading. It looks like a cutout, but that's actually the shadow of the wing. That's not actually a cutout. If you look carefully, you can see. They are a fairly... Look, there are worse aircraft to have in the world, but it does have a maximum speed of 110 miles an hour. It has a maximum range of 401 miles, or 348 nautical miles. And it has a service ceiling of 9,500 feet. And I am repeating this because it's in the only book I have which discusses this aircraft, and it's on Wikipedia, and it's on another website I checked. But apparently, the PL7 took 5 hours to reach altitude. Now, I have no idea about that one. That one seems so wrong to me. But it did, because the French actually were paying attention to what the British were doing and others were doing, and thought, you know what, that idea, because you must remember the Blackburn is still flying around till 1931, and this first flight is in 1929, introduced in 1931. Basically, the French go, you know what, we like the idea of a carrier-based reconnaissance aircraft which has space for a map reading and all sorts of things. It has a fully enclosed cockpit that, to allow for various options and various things. And they have to play with the lower wing and some other issues. But this is the PL-10. It has a maximum speed of 140 miles an hour. Extra 30 miles an hour. Way. And it has a range of 326 nautical miles. So, they take the torpedo off, and the reconnaissance aircraft actually has a shorter range than the torpedo bomber aircraft. Now, the thing is, these aircraft for me, are quite an interesting thing, because one of the what-ifs of World War II is, what if Bern and its air group, which included these aircraft, had actually been around to take part in any of the major operations, the French had, maybe even if the French stood surrendered, but if the Bern and a chunk of the French Navy had gone over to form the Free French Navy and join with the Allies, that could have been part of the British fleet, to the Allied fleet fighting the Germans. And these aircraft would have been part of it. And you might have seen the differences, because there is a difference. If we consider World War II has 4 massive what-ifs when it comes to naval aviation, and I'm trying to cover all of them in this discussion. It has the what-ifs of the Fleet Air Arm in terms of the aircraft which they were hoping to get, and then war happens, Battle of Britain, and all sorts of things happen to their aircraft and they don't get them in time, or they don't get them at all. It has the what-ifs the Italian Navy had actually built an aircraft carrier, because whilst they start work on an aircraft carrier, they never actually work out what their air group's going to be. The Germans, if they'd actually finished off their aircraft carrier, because they had their air group ready, but they didn't have the aircraft carrier ready. And the French, whose air group, their aircraft carrier and air group never gets to really do anything. World War II happens and they get taken out. Which is a shame. It is. Broadly speaking. Broadly speaking, it's a shame. It could have been interesting. Come on, it could have been. Come, if you can give me a date ASAP, that'd be great working. I was making rotors for January next week because of Christmas. It will probably be the last weekend in January. If it's going to... it's either going to be last weekend in January or first weekend in February. I might make it the first week in February because... If it's the first weekend in February, then people have had their paychecks. That's good. I do know Jingles had a falling out of Wargaming. I do know about that. Don't worry. I have been paying attention. Mm. Managing Road. What? 5 hours? What endurance did it have? I don't think it could have been airborne for 5 hours. That's one of the reasons why I don't think it can. That's correct. Now, here is one of the most important aircraft you've possibly never heard of. The Nakajima A2N, otherwise known as the Navy Type 90 carrier fighter. And this is a critical aircraft because it's one of the first really designed in Japan around the ultralight philosophy, which is probably why it weighs in at... Well, its empty weight is 2,300 pounds. Its gross weight is 3,415 pounds. So the rough conversions I've got are 1,042 kilograms and 1,550 kilograms for the gross weight. But I do realise there are variations of that available. Maximum speed for this aircraft, 182 miles an hour, or 158 knots. Range, 310 miles, or 270 nautical miles, so not that great. Endurance, 3 hours, but this is a fighter. And its time to altitude. Now, its service ceiling was 30,000 feet. Slightly better there, and its time to 9,843 feet, or 3,000 meters up, was 5 minutes and 45 seconds, which is pretty good for that time, although it's only armed with 2 machine guns. Now, your question is going to be, why, Alex, after all the pictures, do you have a naval officer pictured up there? Well, I have Minoru Genda. Now, he forms a flying group which fly these and go round Japan, promoting the carriers and promoting the fleet air arm. And his flying circus included Yoshita Kobayashi, who I cannot find much extra information about other than was in this, and Motahara Okamaru, who, of course, they'd all have pretty famous careers. Genda, well, he went on to be critical for planning Pearl Harbor and critical for doing all sorts of operations through World War II, and even post-war would become a general in the Japanese air self-defense forces. So, he's a really critical person in terms of Japan's aviation history. He's also a noted theorist and developer for them. Motahara Okama was a critical test pilot who would work on several fighters, developing them, but more importantly, he is possibly the originator of the idea for the kamikaze. A idea which he ends up leading, commanding, organizing, and doing a lot of work in to try and, win the war for Japan. And survives the war, and in 1948 apparently shoots himself because of this. His guilt over it. And these pilots, these critical point of Japanese naval aviation, are joined together by what is arguably, yes, it has some input and some basis on foreign designs, but it is arguably very much the beginning of the Japanese going their own way. Our counterface. 96 How did the one-time 790 fighters, Loire-Nieuport LN dive bombers, and Barrent BR-810 torpedo bombers might have fared? Knight, don't. I will answer that question, but you're currently jumping ahead. Those slides are to come. You said A210. Nakajima A2N. Yes. An aircraft where whether the pilot has had lunch or not affects the flight characteristics to an extent. PL-10 could have caused blindness in many U-boat lookouts. I doubt Carl Gato. And Manly 1640, ultralight philosophy. The 3 sheets of paper impregnated with resin will provide all the protection the pilot needs. Yes. Knight 631. One A2N was shot down by the Chinese Air Force Douglas O2M. Yes, and I think a couple of shot down the Chinese Douglas O2Ms as well. It was an interesting war, those ones. How useful would a 1940s Blackburn have been in World War II? Well, arguably you don't have one because its role's been subsumed into other aircraft. In that you have the Fulmar and the fighter reconnaissance aircraft, and you have the torpedo spotter reconnaissance aircraft, i.e. the Swordfish. So you don't have the Blackburn. You also have a move back to control from a carrier and coordination from a carrier. But it's an interesting thing. Having such an aircraft might have been, if you'd had, having a larger spaced cockpit aircraft, especially with the development of radar, could have been useful. They could have set up an airborne early warning earlier, and if we can all think about what potential an airborne early warning might have had in the Mediterranean, although those aircraft would have probably been target numero uno for any fighters, so they don't need to be very high flying, or would need to have some other way of getting out the way. Danny Phillips, the French give the burns to the Germans as a reparation, secretly try and get German materials. How useful would she be for the Germans? A nightmare for them, but they probably spend a lot of time and a lot of resources refitting her. P. Dawson, what type of machine guns? 3 or but I forget for that one. I think that's for the A2N. The Nakajima A2N had 7.7mm machine guns, so otherwise known as .303s. Anyway, so this is the Besson, and I put this in because it's rather a cool idea. It could have worked, but it's a nice idea. This is the aircraft which is designed specifically for the Surkov. And interesting enough, though, when Surkov was off doing protection of convoys in the Atlantic near Bermuda, the aircraft actually stayed back in the UK. damaged during the Luftwaffe bombing raid, and then repaired and used by 765 Naval Air Squadron. It has an interesting career. Another one was scrapped by the Nazis in France. Basically, these aircraft were not really beloved by anyone, including their supposed submarine host. Just no. Hello, Nook. Dr. Clarke drives a Nakajima. I think I do. I think that is actually the origins of Subaru. I don't remember. I think you might be right. Sam Thompson, USS Nimitz passes through a vortex and shows up in the Baltic Sea off Danzig, night of 1st of August 1939. Discuss. America doesn't technically get involved in the war till 1941, but I have a feeling it would have an effect on things. In terms, were Rutland or Jutland and Forbes Central really that important information provided to Japan? I think sometimes they get overblown. I think especially as... how do I put this? The Japanese did such a good job of destroying their own materials, and there is a level of conceitedness which does enter people's minds. It's like when I read, whenever I read a comment which goes, and actually, Knight 6831, I'm going to apologise to you now because I'm going to use your example. I know why we say it. We will write a comment like, "Oh, were these people too stupid to realise this?" The answer is usually no. It's like the Japanese were not too stupid to know and develop their own aircraft. They were developing their own aircraft. The French were developing their own aircraft. This is the first monoplane fighter. It's the one-time D-371. The 373 variant of it is what equips their aircraft carriers. It's the first monoplane fighter, and it flies in August 1932. Equipment with everyone, very good, coming along. The thing is, people don't tend to be stupid when they get to senior positions, but they do tend to be constrained by other things. The Japanese, it's a nice conceit to imagine that it was British information and American information which the Japanese had acquired either through business dealings or through underhand methods that enabled them to achieve what they did. No, they go their own way. They're developing their own aircraft style. Don't put it down like that. And it's the same with the Americans, and it's the same with the British and the French. Knight 683 likely went down when she sank. No, the bear symbols on the border when she sank. Hello, Yickers. Something clear. How would Air Force One in Air Force One fare in World War? So 747. It could be interesting. Actually, considering the radars on Air Force One could probably act as an equivalent of an AWACS in the 1930s, but it'd be fueling it would be fun. Cody85, how would CVs and the CVL development have gone without the treaties? You would have probably had the two lines of CVs and CVLs for starters, because people were quite happy with the heavy and light variants of things. I wouldn't be surprised if it hadn't been for the treaties if you would have had carriers getting to about 30 to 40,000 tons prior to World War II. Because if you look at it, if you're talking about something which has the armour the British were putting in there, as well as a decent-sized air group, and the Americans understand about the armoured hangar. The Americans don't go the armoured hangar route because they don't need to, and because it doesn't fit their scenario. There's a video I recorded where I'm talking to Quarterdeck Talks in Portsmouth, and it was a public lecture, and there's a video of it on the channel somewhere. And in it, I say that the reason the Royal Navy has armoured flight decks is for two reasons. One's the Mediterranean, but that's actually less important than the second reason, which is fighting against Japan. Because if you're fighting in the Far East, where is Britain's industrial base? Back in Britain. There isn't really the massive repair facilities in the Far East to repair their carriers. So if they get damaged, they need to minimise the damage as much as possible. And they're going to get damaged in the war, that's going to happen. And secondly, they need to be as easily repaired as possible. And if you're using seasoned wood to repair your carrier, well, that's far more difficult to get hold of than pieces of sheet of metal. And honestly, they can get sheets of metal and store them in the Far East far easier than they can seasoned wood. So it makes sense for the Royal Navy to go for the armoured flight deck. But if neither of them have the treaty limits, then the Royal Navy carriers are probably going to be Ark Royal size, or maybe slightly larger, with armoured carrier level flight deck armour. Because why wouldn't you? If that's what you can do, that's what you can do. And the same with the US Navy. So you're probably talking about 30,000 tons for the big CVLs. And honestly, you're looking at your cruiser carriers being probably 18,000 tons. Light, fast, in their comparison, and just going, yeah, we can get up to 30 plus knots, keep up with the cruisers, and be the scouting force. It's a cool aircraft in many, many respects. It's single seat. They do a lot of work in the Spanish Civil War. They're sold unofficially to the Spanish Republic. Well, they basically operated them until they got hold of the Poplakov I-15s and I-16s of the Soviets. They're interesting little aircraft, and they do well. The Aeronaval gets 19 of them. And there's still a couple aboard Bern in 1939, according to one of the reports I read. Mm-hmm. Then an aircraft developed around breakfast time be outdated and superseded before dinner time for much of the interwar period. It's a fairly fast-paced development. You're talking about 5 years service for many aircraft types. We have the Vought SBU Corsair dive bomber. And a pretty decent one. She enters first flies March 1933, capable of a top speed of 205 miles per hour. That's 178 knots. As a service ceiling of 23,700 feet, or 10.8 kilometers, and a range of 477 nautical miles. That's 548 miles, or 882 kilometers. So she's fairly decent. She's armed with a .3 Browning machine gun and another .3 aft, and she can carry a single 500-pound bomb. That's asking, making jet fuel isn't that hard when you have a refinery and know the oil fraction you're looking for. True. So the US could probably keep Air Force One in operations. What it could communicate with would be a completely interesting matter. We like to mock French-Japanese wherever aircraft ships because of where their design development cycle was versus the start of World War II. 6 months either way, and someone else looks like a sucker. Pretty much. It's similar to the British. Dan Freeman, as a sort of what if, you just need to have the London Naval Conference in 1930-36 both end up as failures. So the 1922 Washington Treaty remains with no restriction below 10,000 ton displacement. Yeah, pretty much. Knight 6831, I'd say, honestly, it's more likely they both get roughly 6 and 6. I could see Britain and America reaching an unofficial parity level, especially in top tier assets, and probably the British exceeding the Americans in cruisers and destroyers, because the US Congress would probably pay to match the carriers and match the capital ships of the Royal Navy and have equivalency for national status, but probably wouldn't do what it needed to do in terms of other things. Now, if anyone wonders what I'm doing at the moment, I'm just making sure I have my needle and cotton for later. It is a Corsair, it's the original one. Knight 600. So if this is the Corsair 1, then why isn't the F4U the Corsair 2 and the A7 Corsair 3? They get away with it in those days. They do get away with it in those days. Nice, Sean, quickly. Sean Quigley, Dr. Clarke, wondering what period did Britain begin to look at Japan as something they would most likely end up at war with in the future? About 1925. They had that. This is going to sound strange, but the powers that they think they're going to end up at war with in the future, the top 3 change. And it's only by about roughly 1932-33 that you have Japan, Italy, and Germany as the top 3. Before that, you have Italy and Japan in there from the late 1920s. You have Japan in there earlier. You have the Soviet Union ending up there quite often as well. So they have 3 or 4 powers which they're currently looking as dealing as threats. This is what they're planning for. It's one of the interesting things because the Americans can really plan for fighting the Japanese. The Americans can plan for it. The British can't. The British will do loose plans for everyone. But they can't afford to focus in down one path because they don't know who they're going to end up fighting. They do not honestly... They have a potential risk, but if they focus too much on one scenario, that leaves them weak in another scenario. And the ships you need to fight Germany is different to the ships you need to fight Italy, is different to the ships you need to fight Japan, it's different to the ships you need to fight Russia, what you need to do. And in terms of ships, I'm talking about ship combinations there. You need, broadly speaking, the same ships, but hey-ho. The Supermarine Walrus. Now, I always put this in here because it's an aircraft which people forget about. Because they think about Supermarine and they think about the Spitfire. Well, meet their other second most popular aircraft they built. The Spitfire is the most popular. Second most popular, the Supermarine Walrus, which comes after, replaces the Supermarine Seagull. What has kept Supermarine in business during the 1920s and 30s is not the Royal Air Force, is not fighters, it's seaplanes for the Royal Navy and scout aircraft. The Royal Navy and Supermarine have an incredibly close relationship. The Royal Navy has 3 aircraft production people that it has a really close relationship with. Supermarine, Fairey, and Blackburn. Those are the 3 it goes to time and time again. And when Supermarine gets bought by Vickers, they become even closer because, remember, Vickers build ships, all sorts of things for the Royal Navy and has all sorts of random deals going on. Take care, Animal 16365. Jones, I assume the closure of the 10,000 ton loophole meant the British didn't think they wanted to build carriers of that tonnage. No, the closure of that loophole meant the British felt that they could build the carriers of that tonnage quite quickly if they needed to, but they didn't want anyone else building them so they could concentrate resources on building up fleet carriers. Because basically the Royal Navy looked at the small carriers kind of like Britain always looks at smaller ships. If we build them in peacetime, the Treasury will look at them and go, that's a carrier, that big thing is a carrier, but this one costs 1/10 of the price of that one. So why don't you build that one? We'll let you have 2 and not have one of those. And so the Royal Navy tends to find ways of parking small ship production off to one side and going, yeah, not until we need to. The same thing happens with corvettes and destroyers. Counterface, why would the Soviets end up on the list? Well, remember, Britain was fighting on the side of the White Russians until roughly 1920. In basically assisting in the Civil War. And the Soviet Union kept looking like they were threatening India and going to march down to India and various other issues. So, yeah. Soviet Union was on there. That's my number. That's it. Walrus was replaced by the 1948 Supermarine Seagull ASR-1. Yeah. Take care, John Evans. Bale Walrus. Let's see. Yeah. No, it's developed from the Seagull, which it replaces. And then, yeah, it's a fun thing. Basically, the Walrus. It does all sorts of interesting little duties, and it's the first really search and rescue aircraft the Royal Navy has. And that's what it's used for a lot of, as well as reconnaissance. It's about the information war, and you have to remember that's a lot of what 1920s and 1930s aircraft is about. We again think of information as something new that we are after, and that we're chasing this sort of new thing. But no, information has always been critical to warfare. Scouting, reconnaissance has always been critical to warfare. That's ready for in a bit. Had to be very careful so as not to hurt it. And hello, Paul Swervick. Strike 142. What would happen if the US didn't kick Japan away in the 1920s, or if they hadn't been rude to them at all? To be fair, Japan and America were both heading to conflict for quite a long time before then. They were upset with each other. Here you go. Here's another of those reconnaissance aircraft. It's the Heinkel HE-60. It's what the Germans start building their fleet reconnaissance systems around. And it's quite an interesting little aircraft. And I do mean little. And it is, let's see, it is all of 6,000 pounds, 6,030 pounds empty, and 7,500 pounds fully laden. Yeah. These Germans, they build light aircraft. It had a range of 513 miles, or 446 nautical miles, at 2,000 meters. That's 6,500 feet. And it was capable of a top speed of 150 miles per hour at sea level. Its cruising speed was 134 miles per hour. And it's got a single 7.92mm machine gun in a flexible mount for its observer. No forward-firing weapons. First flies in 1933. Only fully removed from service in 1943. Dope Squad. Not to mention, the Soviet Union was repeatedly saying they were going to invade their neighbours in Europe in the 1920s and 30s, and did a few times. Yes. 9633. What was the Saro P-104? That's one of the Saunders Rows, isn't it? I think. Is it? Yeah. I think that's one of the Saunders Row's flying boats, which looks kind of like a Sunderland from memory. Trying to find a picture of it, but can't find a decent one. Ah well, on to the Aki. Meet the Type 94-96 carrier bomber. Allied reporting name Susie. Japanese name I'm not going to mangle and mispronounce because that would be really, really rude. But here is the thing. Japan builds nearly 600 of these aircraft. They serve the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Service and the Manchukuo Imperial Navy. They have 3 7.7mm machine guns. They can carry a 250 kilogram, that's 551 pound bomb under the fuselage, and a couple more 30 kilogram bombs under the wings. There are various decisions about what it's developed from. Basically, it is designed to an extent by Ernest Heinkel Flugzeug. Basically Heinkel's company. But he designs the HE-50. Then it's an HC-66 which goes to Japan. And eventually Japan produces the D1A1, which is based on the 66, but has modifications. This is Japan really getting into the heavy dive bomber business. See. In Santa Clara, we've got to pressure Warfinder to add the Blackburn as an observation plane. No. Because think of the cruelty to small children. It would probably get added in as a loot box option, and then it would come out, and that would be what they get. Or it would be on the early carriers, because really that's the point. It was a chunky boy, but quite a lot of aircraft were chunky boys at that point. Strike 142. Aki is pronounced Aichi. Okay, Aichi. So, let's see. I think. Yep, that's the next aircraft to talk about. So, Supermarine Type 224. Now, this is a rather interesting one because this is Genesis point for the Spitfire, which is Type 300 from memory, or 330. And it's also Genesis point for the Seafire, which isn't the Spitfire. Now, how do I explain that? Well, when you read through the specifications and the various discussions the Royal Navy's having, they keep in the 1930s talking about 1938, 1937-ish time. They keep talking about a gull-winged fighter. They're planning on getting a gull-winged fighter. They're going to get one. And they're designing various functions into their ships to support this. Because apparently the only way you can get a high-performance fighter that has a strong enough undercarriage for landing on a carrier at that time is a gull-winged fighter. The only gull-winged fighter which is really getting any development is the Supermarine. Now, this becomes interesting because Supermarine are owned by Vickers. Vickers produced the dive bombing site for this Blackburn Skua. Suddenly have a dive bombing site available, despite there being not anything really from the Air Ministry asking for the development of one. But suddenly, when the Navy needs one, someone has put in the years of work necessary to produce a dive bomb site. And suddenly they have it. But where does the money come from? Well, the Royal Navy's been giving Vickers a lot of money to develop various weapon sites over the 1920s and 1930s. No point is it listed a dive bomb site, but honestly, I'm wondering if that one was chucked in under creative accounting. I honestly do have suspicions of that one, but I can never prove it. And I'm going to hold my hand up and say, I cannot prove what I'm saying now. It is, for both me, for Jamie, for Drac, it is gut suspicion based on what we've read. But Gullwing Fighter, their previous work with Supermarine, the fact they always have a very close relationship with Supermarine, the fact that this comes about, and this appears roughly the beginning of the time when they're talking about it, and there are various versions which show a Gullwing Spitfire, i.e. a way to try and maintain aircraft at similar levels of performance, not quite Spitfire performance, but similar levels of performance, leads me to think that at this point there is a gull-winged aircraft, a single-seat fighter in development. Now, honestly, you would expect the Royal Navy to be issuing development in 1939. They put out N839, the naval fighter, and Supermarine do put forward a design for it. And this is actually listed by the Royal Navy as their preferred design. It's a two-seat reconnaissance fighter, but from what we know about it, it was a gull-winged, sort of similar to design to the Spitfire in some regards, but it was going to be a high-speed two-seat fighter. It was also designed to make use of probably the Griffon engine. The Air Ministry and Churchill are very upset about this. They are worried that any distraction of Supermarine will stop the production of Spitfires, which are desperately needed for the Battle of Britain. So basically they're ordered off that, and this is what ends up with the Fairey Fulmar. Which we'll talk about shortly. Dan, would Japan have gone so radically military nationalistic in the 1950s without the Great Depression, Wall Street crash? Potentially not, but we will never know. They certainly had the beginnings of it thanks to their constitution. B. Dawson, prototype for standard Spitfire is 300, but later marks are different design items. Thank you. I feel like back then in the 20s, 30s, lots of people putting a lot of work to develop things that are not exactly been asked for. No, but developing a dive bombing site to the point of which that it's workable and able to be put directly into an aircraft, and that they had a very accurate weight requirement and position to give to Blackburn for developing the Skua, is something which means me to go. Now, this is the Fairey Swordfish, and this is important because they've come up with the British have been working on it for two reasons. One, it's going to be very easy to maintain for the Far East, but also this. Now, you'll notice I have carefully, so as not to make a hole, stuck a needle and cotton into this. Now, here's the thing. The idea was that you would have a tension wire on the front of your torpedo, and along with those extended flaps at the back, wooden ones, that would help keep it level when it's coming down. This would give enough tension. It wouldn't go nose heavy when it hit the water. And as such, the torpedo, instead of going bump, would belly flop. Also, carefully would take out some of the energy, thanks to it being a tension wire and keeping constant tension, which meant that the torpedo wouldn't be damaged by being dropped at slightly higher speeds, or slightly lower, or slightly higher, depending on that, so it made it more survivable, and it meant the torpedo ran shallow and would attack its target. This is the secret of Taranto. Now, here's the really cool thing. When you are looking after the attack and looking for signs of the enemy, you can find the bits of wood that came off the back, which tell the Japanese that their bits of wood on their torpedoes need to be longer. But all the wire sharpers is just bits of wire in the water, and no one takes any notice of them because wire could come from anywhere. The wire breaks off both ends, so just bits of wire, and no one takes any notice. And it's So this is what the Fairey Swordfish is. And it first flies in 1934. So, in 1934, the Swordfish flies, and that's the first really what you call really very, very capable torpedo strike aircraft. That's 5 years before World War II begins. So that tells you something as well. If you consider the flight, the development time, and all the things of aircraft point, tells you that if that's coming in service in 1934, the Royal Navy isn't expecting this to be the aircraft it's going into the 1940s with. This is the aircraft for the late 1930s, and it's a very decent aircraft. It's got a thing in which no one realizes they have. That's good. Am I right in understanding that the Supermarine mainly sold aircraft to individuals in the military in order to fund development of racing aircraft for the Schneider Cup? They certainly spent a lot of money on the Schneider Cup, but they also got a lot of support for that. 96A31, and they didn't get the Supermarine Type 224. Why? Time of development. In car, RN have interest in development of the Sabre and Griffin. Never use the Sabre, and only rarely use the latter. And turn to the Centuras for high power. Why? They do use the Sabre, but by the time the Sabre comes into service, that's after proper services after World War I. Basically, they don't get much of the Griffins because the RAF wants them all. So, here is the thing that happens with engines. When you're talking about the Merlin, that's enough before the RAF, which is being dominated by the bomber crowd at the beginning of World War II, who just go, well, we'll just add another set of engines on. So we'll go from a 2-engine bomber, Wellington, to a 4-engine bomber, the Lancaster. That's fine. That's how we get more horsepower. The Royal Navy, which are limited to single-engine aircraft, go, well, hang on, the only way we're going to get more horsepower is more horsepower engines. So they push for them. And then by 1942, when they're starting to be developed, the RAF goes, oh, we're being outpowered by the Germans. These new engines, we'll have them. And the Royal Navy goes, thank you. And then goes, America, can we buy some Hellcats and Wildcats, please? Anything, please. Now, Corsairs, we'll take them all. That's pretty much the story. It's one of logistics and need. The Air Force was always able to justify it needed the more powerful engines when it needed the engines. It needed first demand because of the Battle of Britain and because of the constant air threat to Britain. That is what they kept pushing. And it was kind of interesting because by the end of World War II, when you've got the very specific fleet fighting in the Far East and the Royal Navy starting to get first dibs on the engines, the RAF really starts thinking up setting up quite a big stink because a number of the officers, especially the officers who'd only been in the war, didn't understand why they were suddenly low on supplies. They're going, oh, you're running logistics terribly badly. And they weren't. It's just that now the Royal Navy was getting the logistics. That meant the supplies were going out there. Half the problem the Royal Navy has with Fulmars operating in the Mediterranean is because the supplies are being routed to the Battle of Britain. So their Fulmars, they never are able to maintain their Fulmars at full level. Japanese, of course, obsessed with reconnaissance, developed the Type 96 night reconnaissance seaplane, the Ichi E-10A, which first flight in 1934. A lot of these aircraft that will be critical in World War II, first flying in 1934. Thank you, Rick Masala. Good luck at the dentist. Sean Quigley, could it possibly have something to do with prop diameter needed to harness all the power interfering with landing gear height? That's why Vought went with a Gullwing. To an extent, but also it's to do with the landing gear, the need for strength for the landing gear, that they went for the Gullwing in terms of the Supermarine scenario. And I would suggest the person suggesting... let me read. Who was it? Peter Dawson. Actually, the engine they were originally given with and the engine they were planned for were different things for the Type 224. And the Gloucester Gladiator wasn't necessarily a better competitor, but the RAF especially had more faith in that being able to be turned into a mass-produced aircraft because Gloucester did more mass production runs for the RAF and they needed to push out supplies. And the thing was often felt that Supermarine would develop very good aircraft, but they were building the Walrus already and they already had enough orders to keep them going. So, you could give the orders to other people. You have to remember there is a certain level of industrial management going on in the Air Ministry's ordering in the 1920s and 30s. Manisura, do you have any pictures or diagrams of the nose wire pulley system? Not on this computer. Then, alright, about 5 minutes after hearing about White Roll's first flight, start to work out how to use them for Copenhagen people? Or was it less time? It wasn't 5 minutes, but it was within 5 years. They were starting to work on these ideas. Maybe decrease the sensitivity of the microphone. Okay. Let's see if that works. That might work better? I don't know. He doesn't. Fairey Firefly has Rolls-Royce Griffin. Yep. That's what the RN gets, the Firefly, or the Griffin. They're one with the Sabre. The Sabre keeps being delayed and delayed and delayed. The money for its development keeps being delayed and delayed and delayed until they get eventually the Blackburn Firebrand, I think it was. The Sabre. The naval air battles were also a lot lower, e.g. 15,000 feet tops, rather than 25 to 30,000 feet for level bombing of large area cities. To an extent, yes. Hello, Cascadian. Much better. Okay. I wonder how that got knocked. Okay. All right. So. Vision. The Japanese historians I have read are clear that military expansion in the 1950s 40s was not an economic winner. Economics and military hotheads. No, it was economics by mercantilism. Again, I know it's a phrase I keep coming up with later, but more recently, but it's not a newly favoured phrase. It's a phrase which I now feel more comfortable expressing on this channel. I have to say there are certain phrases I have been using over the years in history lectures, and it's judging whether you can use that phraseology on your channel and not end up in an economics fight, because I'm not really prepared. I'm not really as fluent with it as a proper economist will be. But mercantilism is certainly still the viewpoint of Japan. I think in one of the videos which has been released this week, at one point I say the trouble is with their mercantilist viewpoint is they're viewing the world as something you can divide up and control the resources of. And to an extent, the Americans and British have already moved on to controlling the world not by mercantilism but by capitalism. I.e., what you need is the free movement of capital. And that is why Britain is in a way is in the process of decolonization. That's why the Americans prefer an informal to a formal empire, because you control, in terms of influence, you have influence over the world thanks to your control of capital. Now, again, for similar reasons, the starting prototype of the A5M, as you can see, has quite an unpronounced, as we were talking about with the Supermarine Type 224, has quite a pronounced gull wing. The one which actually ends up in service doesn't need it so much. They find ways around it other than using the gull wing design to both deal with the length of the propeller, but also the strength of the landing gear needed. Getting back to the point I was making, the economics matter. The control of the economics really does have an impact on Japan, on Japan's ability to wage war, and on Japan's philosophy of war. And so this affects how they approach. They are looking at it from getting, if we have control of these resources, we'll be rich. The trouble is, the economy isn't about control of resources by this point. It arguably never has been. And also, honestly, to make better full use of those resources, Japan needed to have built far more infrastructure. And Japan needed to have far better abilities to escort its ships and escort its convoys. I often complain that the Royal Navy doesn't use Article 8, which would allow it to build 2,000-ton sloops, as many as it wanted for escort duties in World War II in the 1920s and 1930s. It could have used that really well. It could have built a couple of flotillas a year, the same as it did with the submarines. It could have done that, but it didn't. Well, the other nation which really needed to... What they needed to do was they needed to set up a small yard which just built sloops. Just built submarine hunters and sub-chasers, whatever they wanted to call them, and just churned them out. They also need ASDIC and a few other things, but if they'd had enough of those sub-hunters, they could have made a real problem for the Americans with the convoys, because if they could have actually done a proper convoy system from the beginning, they might have taken out some of the early American submarines. They might have caught, I say might have done, and even a few victories early on could have really damaged the Americans' ability to wage unrestricted submarine warfare. They had half of Manchuria and all of Korea for a long time before the war. Lots of ore mines and coal, but certainly blowing all their cash on the military did not help much. No. Peter Dawson. Firebrand originally intended to be Sabre, but the developed torpedo fighter version had the Centaurus. Yeah. Mercantilism. Good job trying to spell it, Calum Gasway. Bijan, my point. Japan should have built up an informal empire of trade and industry, not invaded beyond Korea and Manchuria. China was a war too far. A quick war became a long, expensive war before the summer was over. Very true. Honestly, Manchuria was probably a step too far. Abzaski, do gull wings have a negative impact on plane performance? Not really. They do give you a bit more lift, and they give you a bit more resistance, but they give you a bit more lift. So it's not really sort of a negative impact. They have an impact on performance, but it's not necessarily negative or positive. It's how you use it. If you want to go really fast, though, what you want is really, really thin wings at this period, because you're basically a large engine attached to an airframe. Or rather, a large engine with an airframe attached is pretty much what you're doing to go fast. And anything you can do to make that airframe lighter and more streamlined is going to make you faster. Cascani, any pushes towards dual-engined naval aircraft in this period? The French keep working and looking at them, and various other navies look at them. But the trouble is, It's the size of carriers you're dealing with. And this is, again, a suspicion me and Drac have when we've worked through it and sat down and discussed things is that if it had been the Admiral class ships which have been converted to aircraft carriers rather than Courageous, Glorious, and Furious, or rather than Courageous and Glorious, they would have been sufficiently large that the Royal Navy would have probably gone down the twin-engine aircraft route, which could have developed a whole other thing. And here we have, someone has already said the Grumman Gremlin. I think you mean the F2F. You can talk about whether the F2F or the F3F is the real father of the Grumman series of aircraft, but let's be honest, the F2F, if they'd started off with the F2F, the US Navy probably would have had no faith in Grumman at all. Whereas when you get the F3F, you get actually a pretty good aircraft for its time. It first flies in March 1935. It's built till 1939 and retired fully in 1943. This is what the US Navy is talking about. This is their fighter. Anyone who thinks it's an engine with wings attached is probably thinking about the right thing. Cody 85. Would a small fast carrier make a good economic radar? Probably. As Darius Rudsky has put, gull wings are good for turning and rolling. When German fighters tangled with Polish P-11s, gull wing fighters, they were outturned and shot down, so they changed tactics and used superior speed for hit-and-run tactics. The F4F. It's cute. It really is cute. What can I say about it, really? It doesn't get much in the way of operational history because the Brewster F2A comes into service, and that stops biplanes really having history. And then it sort of starts to, various forebears of it, children of it come in as the eventually the F4F and the Hellcat after that. But this aircraft is important, mainly because of what it manages to give the US Navy. It gives them an aircraft which they can rely on as a fighter. It gives them a very tough aircraft, and it's the basis of what they have. It carries a 0.3 inch, that's a 7.62 millimeter machine gun in the left wing with 500 rounds. It carries a 0.5 inch, 12.7 millimeter machine gun with 200 rounds in the right wing. It can carry 216-pound bombs. That's 52 kilograms roughly, one under each wing. It's got 950 horsepower. And remember, this is in service in 1936. And its top speed is 264 miles per hour, or 229 knots, which it can do at 15,000 feet. It's useful as a fighter. It's got useful performance. It can do 2,800 feet per minute climb at a rate of climb at sea level, so getting higher. And it has a range of 850 nautical miles and a service ceiling of 33,200 feet. So very useful. Now, Dan Freedman said something earlier which was quite interesting. Most naval air combat takes place 15,000 feet and below. He's right, apart from one form. Dealing with enemy scout aircraft. They could be very high flying, watching for you. And this is the problem when you're considering naval fighters. You can design naval fighters that are really good at 20,000 feet and below. That's fine. But that means enemy scout aircraft can always report on your information. So you always have to design naval fighters with the ability to both be very good for doing dogfights and actual fighting missions at below 20,000 feet, but they have to be able to also get up really high to go after the scout aircraft, because it's an intelligence war. It's an information war. Reconnaissance aircraft gathering intelligence about your movement, gathering intelligence about your organization, your force structure, and all these things and how you're laid out, are a threat. Because if they report back, then these aircraft can start turning up. And April 1935, the Douglas TBD Devastator comes in. Now, Devastator is, of course, a torpedo bomber. And it gets notoriety mainly for Midway, which, of course, this picture comes from. But the trouble is, these aircraft are in many ways are designed for a very structured style of battle and a structured style of battle. In fact, you can argue the Devastator is designed for a closer range fight than the Swordfish. The reason the Royal Navy go with a sort of biplane Swordfish design for their new fighter bomber aircraft, which can drop, do their new style of dropping a torpedo, is because they want it to be very long range and very easily fixed. The Americans are going for the Devastator because they want something as fast as they can possibly make it, while it's a torpedo bomber. Unfortunately, it's a torpedo bomber, which means it's not that fast. In fact, it's 206 miles per hour with a cruising speed of 128. With the Mark 14 torpedo, it's got a maximum range of 378 nautical miles. Now, here is the real problem when you're sort of considering that. Devastator, range 435 miles or 378 nautical miles with the Mark 13 torpedo. Swordfish, older aircraft, has, under normal fuel, this is without any of its extended tanks, which it could have fitted in, it had a range of 454 nautical miles carrying the torpedo. Extended tank could increase that further. And that is the basic problem. There's also the fact that, the Swordfish is orientated around a night strike a night long range strike. That's basically the British going for. Because the British, by even the mid 1930s, are not really sure a torpedo bomber that's going to have to be doing a level strike is going to be the best thing to be in the daytime. And you can see that by the channel dash. Swordfish, daylight, strike on enemy. In where there's enemy fighters, not a good thing to be in. No friendly air cover. You know, all that scenario. Not a good scenario for the Swordfish. It's not designed around that. The trouble for the Devastator was it theoretically is designed for what it ends up in, and it doesn't do that well, because by the time it's in it, and it's in that scenario, well, it's an old aircraft. It's in service in 1935. Frankly, it should have been out of service, if you consider by interwar development standards, within 6 years. So it should have been out of service by, well, 1940 and 1941, 42 at latest. I mean, engine optionally attached wings is a fair description of multiple German ground and naval aircraft. Yep. Too much. Type 96 shot down a ton of I-16s over China. Very effective, I don't know. True. Come elsewhere. Re-naval fighter service ceiling climbing. Nothing more frustrating than the Focke-Wulf 200 leisurely circling over your flak and fighter heights. Yeah. Too much. They got it. Cody, the Devastator is also crippled by the early Mark 13 torpedo. There is a reason why I did not show my lovely... The plushy torpedo has disappeared in this discussion, because I'm trying to avoid mentioning it and comparing it to the Mark 13. It should not be associated with... the first Curtiss Helldiver. That will get me out of having to talk about torpedoes. Sean quickly, Clarke, even if it had been roughly 400 miles per hour torpedo plane, wouldn't have mattered. The torp couldn't be dropped above 120 miles per hour, and I think 50 feet, so still stuck low and slow when you really didn't want to be. True, which is, as I said, why the Royal Navy designed the Swordfish. The Swordfish could do long range, low and slow, at night. It was easy to fly, it was easy to maintain, all those things. That's why the Royal Navy's doing that route. Not because they particularly have a fascination for biplanes or they are old-fashioned. At this point, it's because they're trying to think through what their logical strike is. But you must remember, the Americans don't want to do a night strike because they want to do a mass strike. And the thing is, a night strike, it's always going to be penny packets of forces going up because you can't really coordinate pre the development of the higher frequency radios, especially the systems that you could wear on your neck, etc., for communications. You weren't really able to coordinate a large group of aircraft at night. So that's why sort of the Royal Navy sort of sending off small groups of them. They could do an alpha strike if they needed it. That's what they had Ark Royal for, and their other carriers can organize an alpha strike quite happily. But they prefer to do it as a constant flow of aircraft going in flights or squadrons at night. Whereas the Americans are preferring for a mass strike. So in their view, the Devastator, it doesn't matter it's flying low or slow, because it's supposed to be going in with dive bombers coming down at the same time and fighters swooping in and clearing the Japanese aircraft out the way because, they're going to do that. And that's the thing. And this is the dive bomber that's supposed to be going in with it. It is the Curtiss SBC Helldiver. Ian Card, did RN make any nighttime carrier aircraft attacks on ships of sea in World War II? They did a fair number in the Mediterranean on various Italian ships. You have to remember, sometimes the attacks are launched from carrier aircraft which are now based ashore. And there's an attack on the Bismarck which takes place quite late at night. And there's a few almost flown in the. There's a few actually flown in the ocean, and a few almost flown in the ocean, which are quite famous ones. They don't have to do any in the Pacific once they're out there, but they do some. They have a few strikes ready to go in Norway, which don't end up going because the enemy's not where they're supposed to be. These things happen. But basically, the idea is normally what the Royal Navy likes to do is have a shadow aircraft close by, or get a relatively recent fix on your position, and then you launch. Now, if you consider what happens in the Indian Ocean raid, the wrong bearing is, instead of getting the reciprocal bearing, they use the navigational bearing. It's different bearings. Which one did I get confused with which one? They get the bearings confused, and which is why the strike ends up not being launched. Because the shadow aircraft that's supposed to guide in the strike can't find them because they're not where it's been told they're supposed to be. Otherwise, there would have been a Swordfish, I think it was, with radar sitting over the Japanese carriers at a range that they couldn't see them. And it pretty much in the dusk, heading to night and guiding in the strike. So, the Curtiss SBC Helldiver. One of my favourites. Basically, the interesting thing about this aircraft is that Bru have an argument in the 1930s, and their argument is over whether or not undercarriages can be retractable. Yeah. Basically, in 1931, the US Navy issues Design Specification number 113, which is a requirement for a high-performance fighter that has a fixed undercarriage to be powered by the Wright R150-10 or the R115-35. And, well, how do I put this? Curtiss basically get into an interesting discussion with the US Navy. And they start off by supplying various aircraft. After this set is put up together, the US Navy then asks for a prototype of a monoplane dive bomber. They decide not to go with that, but they produce a biplane dive bomber like this that ended service in 1938 and is retired in 1943. They have an interesting time. They have a few serving with the French Navy. Some serve with the Royal Air Force. They get used around the world. They're a interesting thing. I'm not sure if I should admit it, but the Royal Air Force in service called them the Clevelands. You can make with that what you wish, but you know they decide not to go Helldiver. We'll call it the Cleveland. But that's December 1935. Enters service 1938. Blackburn Skua. Now, Why is this here? Well, it deserves to be. It actually is the newer aircraft in respects for this dive bomber. It's the Royal Navy's first dive bomber as a purpose-built fighter dive bomber. Now, at this point, the Royal Navy has already got a dive bomber in service, believe it or not. I mentioned it earlier, it's called the Fairey Swordfish. Yes, for those of you who are having a panic attack at the thought, a Fairey Swordfish can do a dive bombing around. But the Royal Navy starts work on the Skua. The problem with the Skua, underpowered from the get-go for what it needed. And this is the interesting thing. If you look at the Curtiss Helldiver, the SBC Helldiver, I'm just going to be clarifying this one, that has an engine with horsepower of 850 horsepower, but its full weight is 7,000 pounds. The Blackburn Skua has an engine that's power plant is 890 horsepower. Plus, it's a Bristol Perseus, so it's an interesting one. But its gross weight is 8,228 pounds. So it's got 1,000 pounds, over 1,000 pounds more weight. It's only got 40 more horsepower. Oh, and it's a monoplane as well. So its power to weight ratio is not assisted in any way or shape or form by wing area. That's good. They mixed up the compass bearing and the heading bearing. Due north equals 0 versus current heading equals 0. Yeah. I knew it was one of the bearing systems. Colin Cameron, I wonder if the animals being converted to the aircraft carrier that you may have actually got a navalized Mosquito. Potentially. Potentially it would have been done. Potentially the Royal Navy would have had gone for a twin-engined high-performance aircraft earlier on. And that also might have actually led to the Fleet Air Arm being naval earlier on and pursuing its own route. The Avenger versus Devastator talk is ignoring how bad the initial US tactics were. I haven't got into talking about the Avengers. Derp Squad, language. Too much. How can we make the world's ugliest glass camping? We already have the ugliest button. We've already had the ugliest biplane. In 1931, the Blackburn was no longer in service. I have to agree. Honestly, the Blackburn Skua. There is no real defense other than the RN was trying to push it. The RAF didn't. Well, not the RAF. You have to remember there's an interesting thing. There's the Air Ministry, which is the political side of the RAF, and there's the RAF. And I try and treat the two as two different organisations as much as I can when I'm talking about World War II and the run-up to World War II. because the RAF themselves are often very helpful and very keen on these things. And quite a lot of them, especially the ground forces liaison, people who deal with ground force liaison and working with the Fleet Air Arm, go, we want a dive bomber. But the Air Ministry sees the dive bomber as being a pointless waste, as you won't need it because the heavy bomber will destroy everything of the enemies, so why do you need the dive bomber? Because the dive bomber can't carry enough bombs, obviously, to be a heavy bomber. And you can argue precision versus carpet bombing the area all you like, but in the end, that's the way. So this is what the Royal Navy ends up with. But, of course, it is ordered in 1936, first flies in 1937, enters service in 1938. That's pretty rapid. It's withdrawn from service in 1941. Because, honestly, if you consider the war it's been fighting up to that point, it's not been that helpful. It's not been that critical. Honestly, there is part of me which thinks that if it had lasted a bit longer, it would have probably served a lot longer, because the Skua could have been a very useful aircraft for escort carriers. Skua's dive bomb was actually pretty darn accurate. It's one of the most accurate dive bombers in World War II. But the fact is, it's not that great. Chesapeake. Chesapeake? Yeah. Tony for Velicchia. Eric Brown landed a Mosquito on a carrier. Yes, he did. And Mosquitoes were tested on carriers. It's just they don't really get them into sort of naval service. They get the Hornet, which is, let's be honest, Mosquito supercharged. Right, and if we're going to talk about Hawker Henley, that could have been an interesting one. It could have been an interesting aircraft if it had been converted. But it's not. Interesting enough, of course, the Hawker Henley, and the thing I think about the Hawker Henley is it could have been used instead of the Fairey Fulmar, which would have been interesting. The Hawker Henley would have actually possibly been more of a fighter than... I'll get that picture out. This is in its later version as a target tug. I'm just going to put that on. Hawker Henley. I've got the picture on here somewhere. There you go. And this is the Hawker Henley, which is also not the prettiest looking aircraft in the world, let's be honest. Sorry for anyone who's watching the things go around. But let's see. Has empty weight of 6,000 pounds, maximum takeoff weight of 8,840 pounds. Has a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine and de Havilland two-pitch propeller, three-bladed one. That's pretty decent. Could have probably carried, considering that listeners could probably have carried the required bombing, and technically has the the range, because the range of the Blackburn Skua is 660 nautical miles. The range of the Hawker Henley is 830 nautical miles. But yeah, it's not offered. It has a first flight in March 1937, which is a month later than the Blackburn Skua. BB on the brain now. Yeah. If it had been navalised, it could have done the job. Probably quite well. If it had been fitted with the sight. But I'm always fairly certain that that's a sort of rigged competition. Because it's the Vickers sight, which has been developed for dive bombing, fits perfectly into the Blackburn Skua. Every aircraft looked at, it would need modifications for. So this is one of the reasons why I'm, yeah. Cody, could the Helldiver also pack a heavy bomb load to the Skua? I think they could pack about the same. Skua is a fighter. Against torpedo bombers or dive bombers without fighter escort, they stand a chance of breaking up the attack. But against BF-109 equivalent, well, no. Pretty much. Paul Westwick, navalised Bristol Bru fighter as a torpedo bomber at Taranto in an alternate universe. Interesting enough, I don't think they'd have done as well as the Swordfish. But they could have obviously had more of them. I think it was more that the, Steve, you've put so they might have some politicians in their pockets. No, there's three reasons, which I think possibly Blackburn will go with. One, Blackburn aircraft were tended to be fairly good for naval operations because they tend to be quite good at dealing with saltwater, so Navy liked them. Two, the Air Ministry was trying to spread around contracts as much as possible to keep as larger air industry as possible there in case they need to rapidly procure aircraft in times of war. And three, as said, I have a strong suspicion there was a link up between Blackburn, and Vickers over the site that Vickers was developing. Because again, Blackburn and Vickers do tend to work together quite well. In car, was a re-engine Skua development considered? It was considered, but the trouble is all the engines were going one place at that point. Pretty much, if you'd had a twin-engined aircraft that was high speed and could carry bombs, torpedoes, as well as all the other stuff later on, you could have ended up having a single type air group on your carriers. So, as someone said, I think the Bristol Beaufighter, etc. If you could have got a decent one, this is the interesting thing. Certainly, if you could have got a twin-engined aircraft going, you could have possibly had a one-size-fits-all for all roles. It would have been big as a fighter, but it could have packed cannon, and if it can do splash and dash for attacks, that would certainly break up a strike. Just thinking, I'd be more worried about Pacific humidity. That did actually hurt the mosquito in the Far East, the humidity and various other things. Strong argument. Good point on the Skua. I always thought the sliding TVDs would have been good on them as well. Zachary Gherkin. Ed Nash actually covered the Hawker Henley, and he thought that modified it would have made an excellent dive bomber. I think it probably would have done. But I think the trouble is that they were never going to give enough Hawker Henleys to the Fleet Air Arm in that role. Downstream, weren't Hawker the big rivals to Vickers? Technically, yes. So, did British aircraft factories use their prototype fighters for air defence in the same way the German factories did? They didn't normally have to. They normally had fighters provided for their defence by RAF actually fighting, either having a fighter airbase nearby or actually on the field that they were working from, or they were, basically the RAF did their role to their position to keep the fighting as far away from the factories as physically possible. Decision: what the RN really needed was a 1200 horsepower radial from Bristol in 1938 that they could have attached to a Fulmar proposal. Pretty much. They needed a 1200 horsepower plus horsepower engine from someone. Dan Freeman, Seafire, a secret project suggests the Fairey offered to convert the Spitfire to a proper Seafire in 1938, but the project didn't proceed. Supermarine offered to do it in 1938, but again, Air Ministry vetoed it and were causing all sorts of issues. And until 1939, the RN weren't able to run their own procurement. So in 1939, they get control, and they're able to do that. So if, again, this is one of those things. World War II breaks out in 1939, which really mucks up a lot of things. If it had been 3-4 years later, the Fleet Air Army you'd be dealing with would be very different. The fleet you'd be dealing with very different, and the forces you'd be dealing with around the world would be very different. It's amazing what even 2-3 years of peace would have had. That's good. That was also another reason for Blackburn getting it. But they were trying to spread out the work, especially the design and development work, so they had as many different design and development teams in the country as possible. That was something Britain was very keen on, having multiple design development teams working and developing aircraft. Vision, did rocket ordnance and guided weapons in World War II replace the need for dive bombs? Not really. Guided weapons post-World War II, especially once you start to have glide bombs, etc., start to replace the need for dive bombers. But to be honest, dive bombing itself is carried on. Lots of aircraft retain the capability to do dive bombing. Far later than you think about it, there are still aircraft which are designed to be able to take the stress of doing a dive bomb operation. Scientifically, why did the Fleet Air Arm continue with the observation fighters with Firefly when it was obvious they didn't do the fighter role as well as pure fighter? Case of design taking so long to get into service? Well, they did fine enough as a fighter. They really did do fine enough, especially as long-range fighters. But honestly, you want as a good reconnaissance aircraft as well. And they could carry. They had quite a heavy gun load, and they were quite capable. So yeah. Plus, there was a need to have as many British aircraft out there as in the Fleet Air Arm as possible, so that we didn't look like a branch of the US Navy. That was a thing which went through several people's minds. And you have to remember what Britain does is Britain's deploying Seafires and Fulmar and Fireflies. So the Seafire is a very good interceptor for doing the cap of the carrier. The Firefly is a very good reconnaissance aircraft for going and finding enemy and fighting its way in and out if it needs to. And then you have the Corsair and the Hellcats, which are often used as your strike aircraft along with Avengers. So you have a role for these aircraft. Pretty much does, Scott. Yes, if you having multiple design and development teams is good, but if you overload a single design team, you get a few bad designs instead of a single good one. Pretty much. Malaga, World War II apparently came too early for all the navies. Which one's the closest to being prepared for it? I think when I was asked this question the other day, I answered that, and I would agree with this. Broadly speaking, different navies were prepared in different ways. The Royal Navy has a lot of infrastructure in place around the world, but it doesn't have the navy it wants, and definitely not the aircraft it wants. The German Navy is not prepared in any way, shape, or form. The Italian Navy has most of the ships it wants, but not the infrastructure it needs. The Japanese Navy has neither the ships nor the infrastructure it wants. The American Navy is quite good on the infrastructure front, but doesn't have the ships it wants to fight World War II. There is no Navy which has both the ships and the infrastructure they want. And most don't have either. The Mitsubishi B-5M. The Navy Type 97 No. 2 carrier attack bomb. The first flew in 1937. And I managed to skip completely the AR-196, but, you know, that was cute. Only 125 of these were built. But they weren't considered that great. Their performance was considered marginal. And this is something else. You know, you have the fact that this comes from Mitsubishi, who are known for producing some very good aircraft. And they produce a very good experimental aircraft designed to this is a request. But eventually, it's not really used for that role. It's supposed to back up the Nakajima B5N torpedo bomber. You know, that is the aircraft which had ended service in the first flight also in 1937, and which would have 1,000, well, 1,100 actually, built. And it's called the Type 97 carrier attack bomber. So that was the number. This is the number 2 to that. And the idea was that they would get 2 production lines and they'd be able to churn out a huge number of torpedo bombers. So they could have both their 2 big companies churning out torpedo bombers. So basically, their idea was that, well, if this one had worked like the B5N of Nakajima, then there would have been 1,000 of this produced. But there's only 125. Most of them ended their career as trainers, target tugs, and kamikazes. And the reason for that is because of their performance. Their maximum speed is 205 knots at 7,000 feet, or 255 miles per hour, which, if we consider compared to the B5N, that can do exactly the same. In fact, they are very, very similar aircraft. Every time I look at this, I do not understand sometimes some of the problems, but they are incredibly similar aircraft, and it always almost shocks me how similar they are in their specifications and capabilities. But it's just in almost every single way, the B5N seems to manage to just edge out the B5M. And so it gets relegated to land rolls and it doesn't get built. So it's the Japanese Navy trying to cover itself, trying to give itself a second option. Something that they can build, so they are basically realizing we don't have that much infrastructure. We need to maximize the infrastructure we do have. And you have to wonder if this had been more successful as an aircraft in terms of the Japanese Navy's appreciation of it. if they keep producing them at the same rate they produce the B5Ns of Nakajimas, then perhaps, well, perhaps they don't have carriers going off with such tiny air wings for operations, and the strikes they deliver could have been that much bigger and that much stronger, which could have had not really probably changed the outcome of the war, but could have certainly prolonged it a bit more. Glide bombing like 35-degree dive is not the same as bombs with switchblade like wings and gliding with guidance, which Dr. Clarke mentioned. Yeah. To an extent, they have developed different techniques. Zachary again, why did the Air Ministry seem so intent on making the Iron's life so difficult? I never understood why they do that. The Air Ministry, you have to remember, don't think they're making the Iron's life difficult. You have to remember the Air Ministry and the Admiralty are both patriots. The Air Ministry are very convinced of the bomber will always get through doctrine, and therefore the safest and best protection for Britain is having the strongest bomber fleet possible. They believe in that passionately. And that's their, and so therefore they will do everything they can to strengthen the bomber fleet because that is what they believe is necessary. You can argue differently. You can say the strength of the fleet is just as critical and just as important, or even more so. But the thing is, the Air Ministry, on things they have control over, their priority is that, and they will structure resources as they can to support what there is their first priority. And the Fleet Air Arm is a long way down the priorities. That's how Henderson eventually wins. As I said, as I said in a number of videos, Henderson gets control of the Fleet Air Arm by arguing engineering and arguing priorities of service. Seneca, how would World War II have gone if everyone was prepared as possible? Japan would have probably done better, but it wouldn't have lasted as long. Because if the Royal Navy were as prepared as they possibly could be, then and had all the things in place they had plans for, and let's say so war starts in. For that to happen, World War II would probably have to be delayed till 1950, and everyone have kept developing at the pace they were developing, which honestly the Germans couldn't have afforded to. So if you consider the peak at which the Germans could still afford what they're doing without war happening, and you've probably pushed it back to 1943. Probably. This is rough estimates in my head. And if you push it back to 1943, the Royal Navy will have a single-seat fighter and quite possibly the Barracuda in service. We'll talk about that in a bit. And so as their torpedo dive bomber strike aircraft. So the Royal Navy would have had a fighter and a strike aircraft and a strike reconnaissance aircraft. Probably a fighter reconnaissance and a strike aircraft for the various operations. Yeah, it would have been a very different World War II. It would have been probably a lot more closer. Basically, 1930 would have been far closer to 1943. 1943 in terms of the war, the aircraft, and 1944 in case of the aircraft. You would have had fighting it. You could also have an interesting thing in that the Royal Navy would have probably had radar for a few years for air control. The Italian Navy might have an aircraft carrier. The Germans might have an aircraft carrier by that point, in which case you might get a carrier battle in the North Sea, in the North Atlantic. you would have had a lot more carriers, because the RN would have had all 5 of its armoured carriers probably in service by that point. And it would have had Unicorn in service by that point. So the RN's got those 6 ships plus HMS Ark Royal, and it's probably building more carriers as well. You have a whole new battle fleet you're basically facing. The R-class might well not be around anymore by that point. The Germans could well have built whatever comes after the Bismarcks. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Peter Dawson. Actually, Firefly started development at the same time as the Fulmar, but was more in advanced design. Also, Fulmar was a modification of earlier aircraft, so got in service more quickly. Peter, no. That's an often quoted myth about the Fulmar being a development of an earlier aircraft. Honestly, what happens is there's a design study before the earlier aircraft, and the earlier aircraft is the light bomber, which goes off one way, and I'll talk about that in a second. And then for the Fulmar, they go back to the design study and come from that. So it's one of those interesting bits of history in that the often quoted history is, well, this comes before it and it looks like it, so it must be based on it. And actually, it's not. It's kind of like the Dido and the Tribal class both come from the same design study. They do. They both come from... And the Arethusa class. But do we consider the Arethusa to be the parent of the Didos or the parent of the Tribals? No, we don't. They are 3 classes which come from the same study. And the Firefly as well comes from that study. It's a whole thing. Cascading. Did any other navies look into ships akin to Tony or I say? Not quite. You've got a town class which can carry a whole lot of things. And of course, you just had up there the joyous thing that is the Grumman F4F Wildcat. First flies in 1937, but it's not till December 1940 and end of service. It takes quite a while to get it fixed. And the other, who knows what would have been? This Feisler FI 167, one of the aircraft types which was supposed to fly from the German aircraft carrier. A whole part of World War II we will never know. What would have been like if the Germans had actually had an aircraft carrier to deploy? Mm-hmm. Ian Carr, were RN aircraft prioritized for 100 octane early in World War II? No. Steve Windish, I heard a rumor the reason the RN demanded all their planes have at least 2 seats is that the observer, bombardier, gunner would be RN. I hear that rumor so often. Okay, here is the reality. If you are trying to navigate long range in the 1920s and 1930s, how do you do it? You do it with a map, and you do it by drawing on a chart and taking sights on stars and various other things to calculate your position. That's what you're doing. You can't do that and fly. So if you're going for a long-range strike air arm, you're going to have a second person as navigator. That's it. That's it. It is That simple. Yes, it did give the RN an advantage in that the second person did tend to belong to the Navy and be a Royal Navy observer, which is useful because it gives them air-minded officers that they can promote in their service, and that is definitely an advantage. But the reason for the second seat and the second person is quite simply the long range. The RN looking for a single seat fighter, they would have liked a single seat fighter, but that was for air defense of the fleet. That was an air defense fighter. The moment you're looking for something which is long range, remember the FULMAR is fighter reconnaissance, second seat. The moment it's got the R in the title, it needs the second seat. Torpedo spotter reconnaissance. Well, the spotter and reconnaissance roles mean you need the second seat. Dive bomber, as in the Skua. Well, it's to fight a dive bomber, yeah. But let's be honest, it's also fighter reconnaissance it's supposed to do. So you need the second seat. And that's also a second set of eyes for looking out for enemy aircraft and enemy ships, if you're in the reconnaissance role. So, yeah. There are many rumours which go around, and there are many interesting books which tell wonderful, wonderful stories. But every time you go back to it, always go back to a physics term, and a science term. What's the first principles? Well, the British have, the Royal Navy are quite happy with the Fairey Flycatcher as their single-seat fighter and have single-seat fighters for much of the 1920s and the early 1930s. And then suddenly they're going two-seat. And that happens at the same time as they suddenly start going, we've got to go long-range strike. Because in about 1933, 1934, the Royal Navy suddenly starts thinking, you know what? What's going to be good is if we can strike someone a long way away at night, which means we need to find them a long way away at night. And that's where you have the second seat needed. Vision, was there much dive bombing in the Korean War? I think there was a bit, and I think there was a bit of the Douglas A1 Skyrander doing it. Zachary Gohan, Dr. Clarke, do you think the Fleet RM would have been in a better place had the RN regained control in the early 1930s as opposed to when they actually did? Yes, it would have been. Things would have stabilised and they would have sorted it out. It's basically a case of if the Royal Navy gains control, let's say 1933, when they appoint Admiral Henderson as Rear Admiral aircraft carriers, the odds are that if you consider the aircraft development cycle, the aircraft development time, they probably start ordering new aircraft in 1937 and have them in place by 1939 and in production. They get to order their own engines. And if you consider, you set it back 6 years, you have an entire production cycle. That's why I picked 1939. That's an entire production cycle. You could have had 1,200, 1,400 horsepower engines. You could have had. It would have been quite different. I'm not saying it would have, but certainly had. But they certainly had 1,000 horsepower engines and maybe more. Plus, they'd have had more understanding from the engineering. And here is the French Loire-Nieuport LN.401. That's a cute dive bomber. And that's another one. It's a gull-winged aircraft. It technically retired from service in 1940, yet somehow managed to be produced till 1942. Because actually, the Germans quite like the look of it. It's quite a good-looking dive bomber, and it's quite a capable aircraft. Definitely. But are you denying that there is a single creator and saying convergent evolution is a thing? In terms of aircraft design, yeah, and ship design. Santa Canary, what is the Firefly? The Firefly is a sort of, how do I put this? It's the next fighter reconnaissance aircraft the RN gets hold of after the Fulmar. And it comes from Fairey as well. And because it and Fairey look like a light bomber design, it and the Fulmar look like a light bomber design that Fairey put forward, it's always considered, it's a light development of the light bomber, and actually it's a development of the study. As a continuation to my previous comment, if you do not see the Air Ministry's view on priorities, especially as you've mentioned in regards to bombers, play a major role. Yes, they do play a major role in it, especially in the late 1930s. They're basically, this is the thing I always point out. The Air Ministry didn't even want to develop their own fighters. They're forced to by the bomber scare of what's called the Netherlands bomber scare, which Canaris plants, and various other things, because the British government turn around and go, "Where are our fighters?" And the Royal Air Force has to go, well, we want fighters. And then they look at their Air Ministry, and the Air Ministry goes, "But the bombers! Fighters now!" It's quite an interesting period of Air Ministry history. Mm-hmm. Dan Freeman, JU-87 got rammed by a Gloucester Gladiator in the combat, and somehow the unholy combination stayed in the air. I have no idea, but I presume that's enough lift and from the wings. How can a plane come from the same design study as 3 ships? They different design studies. I'm sure you realise that, but there was a design study on there by Fairey to produce a certain type of aircraft. It was supposed to be long ranged. It was supposed to be quite high performance for its type, but heavier and stronger built. Zealous Veraglus. Hello. Did the experience of the Chinese campaign change Japanese air doctrine? To be honest, it confirmed most air doctrine in their idea, because their high performance aircraft were able to outperform what the Chinese had, and a limited number of Chinese. So it really did look good. The trouble was, it really wasn't a peer on peer campaign. It wasn't a true test. They always had superiority in numbers. They always had the ability to pick their time, especially when they're launching from their carriers. The Chinese had no notice of the carriers turning up and launching. It's yeah. One of the interesting things would have been is if the Chinese had had a navy with submarines, because that could have really scuppered some of the Japanese plans. Sean Courtney, don't underestimate the Fusion. They may not look dangerous like the 109 or 190, but that company made awesome STOL aircraft. Think it would have been a torpedo bomber? Yep, the Fusion was a torpedo bomber. This is a dive bomber. The line drawing looks considerably different than the photo. Yeah. There are differences. But broadly speaking. Zaki Gherkin, they didn't consider it the LN401 for the Graf Zeppelin. They didn't. They did consider keeping production going and using them themselves, but then decided they couldn't trust the French factory. That's 6831. So my question about the Joffre's air wing. Well, yes, the French had some very good aircraft planned for it. But the thing is, they didn't have the Joffre, and then the Joffre never got into service. It's one of those mysteries of those, interesting things of World War II, which could have been there but weren't. It's, would have been rather cool if it had been. We would all like it to have been there, because it would have given, in many ways, a counterpoint to the big 3. And the French air wing, looks like a very balanced air wing. They have a fighter, they have a torpedo bomber, they have a dive bomber. First flew December 1938, entered service 1940, retired 1949. The Fairey Albacore. The Albacore was designed for diving at speeds of up to 215 knots. With flaps either up or down, and it was certainly steady in the dive, recovery being easy and smooth. Yes, the Albacore, like the Swordfish and various other aircraft the Royal Navy had, was designed as a dive bomber. It's a torpedo bomber, but it can also do dive bombing. And again, one of the interesting things is during the Taranto attack, there are Swordfish going in armed with bombs, and some of them do dive attacks. Samuel Thompson, you wound me that someone is sexier than me. Oh, that's cruel. But no, I can agree that on Fairey wings is pretty cool. Ay, caramba. Look. Aaron Evans, that kind of looks like a French skirt. Yes, the Nieuport does. But that's because they're all coming to the exception of... It's one of the interesting things. The only people who don't really go with a gull wing design for their dive bomber of the Europeans is the British. Hello, Nautical Wolf. Yes, still going. Seneca, can you dive attack with a torpedo? No. Interesting question that I did have was whether they could dive attack with a 1,000-pound bomb, or even a bomb which weighed the same weight as a torpedo. And the honest answer that came back was no one ever looked. No one ever thought to. No one ever tested it. Sometimes when it comes to air designs, if it looks right, it is right. Coralie, if it looks like a French interwar design, it ain't right. Samuel Thompson. That's a pretty good looking aircraft to me. Although I do notice that the plan and the picture are quite different. Dan Swordfish dive attacks around. Would have been more effective if more of the bombs had actually gone bang. That was a small problem there. Most did, but not all did. And some of the ones on the fuel tanks especially didn't, which would be more quite useful. That's good. How big was the oh dear moment at the Air Ministry when the Spanish Civil War proved the bomber walls get through concept might not be entirely borne out in reality? How do I put this politely? There may have been a significant portion of the Royal Air Force and a significant portion of the Fleet Air Arm and Royal Navy holding in the almightiest I told you so ever known to mankind and going, so shall we develop a fighter now? A high performance modern fighter. And yeah. Thank goodness for the Schneider trophies and the competitions between Vickers and Hawker, because that's what had given the Royal Navy, given the British the Hawker Hurricane and the Supermarine Spitfire. 964-831. Fairey Spearfish, good or bad? Well, that's a little bit beyond this one. Dennis Rosowski. Poland had several fighter designs in the works, and that would have been near equals to the P-40 Hurricane. The problem was always engines. Hispano engines never gave enough power, and British engines were either not for sale or far too expensive for licensed production. Yeah, pretty much. And the Polish couldn't get the American engines either, because one of the reasons the Poles never got, and this has always been my strong suspicion, the terms they get, is because everyone always had a strong suspicion that either Germany or Russia would invade Poland, and frankly, then whatever in technology they give them would end up in the Russians or the Polish or the Germans' hands. Potentially, that's good. To be fair, the Albacore, the points that you should realise about the Albacore is it and the Fulmar are both, to an extent, interim aircraft. But we'll get onto them later. Next aircraft up. First flew April 1939, entered service July 1940, and of course, Japan's war didn't begin till December 1941. So that's quite a good time to get it bedded in and quite used to it. This is the Mitsubishi A6M, otherwise known as the Navy Type 0 and the Carrier Fighter, which is where the name Zero comes from. It's a Navy Type 0 Carrier Fighter. And it is really the epitome of the Japanese development, but trouble is they've gone so far down their route now, they can't get back. And their route is high speed, long range. High speed, long range on the engines they could get. And this is in many ways the interesting thing for this poor aircraft. Is that its engine is a Nakajima NK1C Sake 12, which has 940 horsepower for takeoff and 950 horsepower at roughly 13,800 feet. The aircraft's maximum takeoff weight is 6,150 pounds, 160 pounds. We compare that to the Fulmar. The Fulmar has a 1,300 horsepower engine. It has a maximum takeoff weight of 9,670 pounds. So the Fulmar weighs in 50% more and has an extra 400 horsepower. If you could meet in the middle, you would end up with something probably, broadly speaking, let me just check my maths, because I did mental maths, and that's always the least reliable. Yep. So, the F4F3 of the Grumman Wildcats is 7,420 pounds and has a 1,200 horsepower engine. Honestly, so it's 2,000 pounds lighter at full weight than the Fulmar, and it's 1,500 pounds heavier. Well, no, 1,200 pounds heavier than the Zero. If the Japanese had the ability and had managed to build up their engine infrastructure and managed to build up engines which could provide them with sufficient power, that we were talking that by 1941 that they had 1,300, 1,400 horsepower engines, which that's what the British and Americans had at the time. So conceivably the Japanese could have got there if they'd had the infrastructure and the industrial capacity with it to do so. Imagine how capable this aircraft could have been. Imagine what they could have made it of. It could have been stronger and still have the same performance. It could have been even faster. It has a maximum speed of 330 miles an hour, which, compared to the maximum speed of the Fulmar, 272, that's very nice. Compared to the Wildcat, well, that's exactly the same top speed as the Wildcat. The Mitsubishi's power to weight ratio is 0.294, or 0.179 horsepower to pound, rather than kilowatts to kilograms. The Grumman F4F is 0.172. The Fulmar, well, we won't need to get into the Fulmar. That feels a bit cruel. Ooh. Feels a bit like being nasty. The Fulmar is a perfectly lovely aircraft in many, many ways. So, Cody 85. I'm surprised the bomber scare didn't also make the RAF and Fleet Air Arm push for heavier fighter armament sooner. Well, they were pushing for heavier fighter armament, but the trouble is, it's keeping your... It's going to sound strange, keeping your cannon warm. They can keep the Browning machine guns warm enough that they can fire at all altitudes. The cannon, they have trouble with. And it takes a while to work it out with the Hispano cannon. And when they eventually do manage to keep it up to temperature so it's still firing, and even when it's at high altitudes and not icing over, then they deploy it as freely and as quickly as they can. But it takes a while. No, I was wondering if there was a big reason for those conditions, i.e. keeping the industry alive already. That did help. Sean Quigley, it seems the Fleet Air Arm had that problem with Turbines as well, though they didn't understand the bomb they were using needed to be dropped above a certain altitude to penetrate the armor so pressed. These things are, of course. The trouble is, of course, when you're doing dive bombing, the desire is to get closer because you can be more accurate, but you need a certain distance for your bomb to actually gain the momentum necessary. RFC and RNS had little success in intercepting Zeppelins or Gopher bombers in one UK, so a lot of the belief that the bomb will always get through was based on this. Yes and no. They had some successes, but honestly, the bomber will always get through belief. It comes mostly from the work of Gilio Duhay. The range of the Zero was phenomenal, like twice the range. Yeah, it was. That's right. I have an audio send friend who once witnessed the accidental firing of a Mark 46 torpedo from the frigate was on into the parking lot by a pier, where it took out several cars. Ouch. Probably without even needing to go off, it would have done that. To be fair to the Japanese, all their combat experience seemed to indicate the design structure was correct. It was true. Now, the Fairey Fulmar often is brought about as coming from the P-434, which had been a light bomber that would be capable of being used as a dive bomber, which was being developed for the Air Ministry in 1934. competing submissions were from the Hawker Henley and the Gloucester design. The Henley ends up winning out against it, but is largely used as a target type. However, the Fairey go back. Now, they have a design study which they did, which had designed this sort of shape of aircraft. This sort of shape, this sort of long shaped aircraft as a very strong design. And when specification 0838 calls for a 2 for crew, observation and fleet defense for aircraft, is called for. Now, here is my problem. If anyone goes to Wikipedia, they will see the great line, and this is what I find annoying, that as the prospective aircraft was not expected to count any major fighter opposition, as Nazi Germany, Britain's only foreseen enemy during this era, possessed no aircraft carriers of its own. Factors such as long range and heavy armor were considerably more important than a high level of either maneuverability or speed. As the type was intended to routinely perform lengthy flights over the ocean, the presence of a navigated wireless operator was considered to be an essential element, especially when flight at night time or during poor weather conditions. That is all correct, but that is a completely wrong reading, because it's basically Germany doesn't have an aircraft carrier, so we don't need fighters to fight her. Where do we need these aircraft for? Operating in the Mediterranean and against the Japanese in the Far East. We want to do long-range strikes at night. Okay. In which case, they need the second seat. So, it's, yes, Germany, but Germany's not the only enemy. And the trouble is, I know where they've got that line from. I see it in many, many books repeated, and it's wrong. It's wrong. There is not only one enemy, and honestly, in 1938, Germany is definitely not number one on the Royal Navy's potential enemies list. They're having a yearly competition of pointing guns at the Japanese, and the Japanese pointing guns at them. They've got Il Duce doing all sorts of weird stuff in the Mediterranean. Frankly, compared to them, the Nazi Germany is just annoying. Because this is one of the problems with history in some of the books that are written. In that, because World War II breaks out as it does, it must be the case that Germany was the major threat and anything was focused on Germany. No. It's not that. It is, to quote my probably favourite where is it? Fallacy. I've got the Latin actually written in front of me. Ego hoc egg. Post hoc ergo propter hoc, which is basically after this, therefore because of this. Doesn't work. It's not true. The Fairey Barracuda. Another aircraft worth considering. It's specified for in 1937. Okay. The Royal Navy sets out an operational requirement in 1935 for a monoplane torpedo bomber. The specification is written up by 1937, first flight in December 1940. So, if you hadn't had the impact of World War II, the odds are, starting in 1939, the odds are this enters service in 1941. And the Albacore becomes, oh, well, you were in service for a while, weren't you? This is some of the interesting stuff going on. This is part of the potential fleet that we don't see. And you will notice that, and I have a picture that I'm going to put up now. If you start to look at the Fairey aircraft which are coming into service in this period, and I have talked about the Fulmar, and I've talked about, this is the Barracuda, and this is the Firefly. And if you look at them, fuselage, whilst the wings are in different places, and it's kind of like Grumman. They have a certain style of aircraft and a certain style of design. Because it all comes back to that design study, which they've done in the beginning of the 1930s to produce their future big monoplanes, their long-range single-engine aircraft, which they did at the beginning of the 1930s, 1931, 32. Mm-hmm. As I think it's let's see. How did they work out navigation for the A6M for its long-range, Jack Ray? Well, that's kind of interesting. The Japanese decided to, well, A, they were operating in daytime, was their strikes, and B, what they do is they do what the US Navy planned for its single-seat fighters, in that they had these, they would tag along with the torpedo planes and the dive bombers, which had multi-engine crews and had navigators in. So basically, you'd have the whole air group would fly together. Form up and fly together. Japan developed a 2,000 horsepower engine later in the war. They had the same engine problems as Poland, but had more industry developed domestic designs. While production was a different can of words. Yep. Cannon Guzman. Also, wing-mounted Hispano cannons have issues with jamming due to vibration of feed systems, which need to work out. It's on a solid nose in Welland, they worked fine. And when put inside in sort of things like mosquitoes and bow fighters. Decision: the bomber walls will get through. Hypersonics are unstoppable. Basically, what I always point out is you have offensive firepower gets greater, and then someone works out on defensive firepower, and offensive firepower, and offensive firepower. Never believe that humanity will not figure out a way to beat humanity. Also, many aircraft engines were used as tank engines in World War II. Once UK production of the Merlin hit full stride, the tank version was installed in later UK tanks. Yes, and also some ships. Hoping for a Bru ship section tonight. It's 10 o'clock. Maybe, maybe not. Depends. How I feel like once I've got through the last of these slides. And it's technically the last slide. 9600. The Barracuda is manufactured aircraft, and they look the same. Carl Guswood, Barracuda. Swordfish pilots hated the Barracuda. Big time, both handling-wise and its hydraulics containing it. Yeah, it was a far more complicated aircraft to fly. The Swordfish was easy, gentle, and very, very friendly. The Barracuda would bite your head off if it had half a chance. AFAB, so all Fairey planes are battle derivatives. Or rather, the battle and area aircraft forward are derivatives of the same study. Yes. Sean, quickly, that's good. When the reports were made, they mentioned the smoke generators were just covering turpits as they finished their attacks. 9683, how good was the Fairey Barracuda and Fairey Firefly as ASW aircraft? For their time, they were fine. For their time. They weren't amazing, but they were, for their time, they were okay. Right. As we have reached the end of the slides, and I hope you've enjoyed this introduction to naval aviation into war years, I am going to be nice, as it's been asked for, and I will stay till I finish the Iron Brew. So, Q&A till the end finish. But, and I say this in the nicest way, I am going to quickly cheat by discussing what we've got coming up. So, what have we got coming up? We have got, on 2nd of October, HMS Dreadnought Day, favourite Dreadnoughts, battleships and battlecruisers, and also Brew Ships 57 on the 3rd of October, which may turn into a Q&A Brew Ships because it depends how long I'm talking for. Talking for on 2nd. What have we got coming up in long patrol terms? We've got the Erebus class on the 5th of October. We have the Battle of Havana on the 12th of October. We have the Trafalgar campaign on the 19th of November, or 19th of October. And we have the 26th of October, the Battle of Mayang from 1597, which I'm probably going to mangle the names of. And you can tell I hand-typed this instead of just copying and pasting. As you can see on the 21st of October, currently I have Battle of Trafalgar. That's because I haven't been invited to a Trafalgar dinner, so I thought I might as well do that. I might as well do a live talk to everyone on the Battle of Trafalgar Day. You know, just because I can. It should be quite fun. Right then, let's go to and then do edit and say 0326 00 Brew Ships Q&A till the Bru Runs Out. Right, let's see. Senator Kinnear, I have a challenge for you for Dreadnought Day. Design the ultimate museum ship for each Dreadnought building nation. That's way too weird. And beyond my skills. So, we'll see. In-car, Fairey Barracuda, depth charges and Fairey Firefly, 20mm cannon and rockets. And I think also occasionally depth charges, but they were quite good for their time. Basically, all ASW aircraft were limited. Once you started, they carried the radar pods, they carried the things they had. If the ships were on the surface or near the surface, they could attack them. If they were below the surface, then they had a problem. And at a certain point, you start to develop sonar buoys, mad detectors, all these things to give aircraft an advantage. But there's a reason we end up going with helicopters for most anti-submarine operations, because the dipping sonar works, especially when you add in sonar buoys as well. See, when hypersonics will probably cause a reemergence of large warhead missiles to go off in huge blasts in front of them. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd also say you've got lasers which can heat the air around them, which would cause issues. You're probably going to have all sorts of electronic systems and jamming systems being used. 6831. Was the Blackburn Buccaneer unsuitable for COD and tanker role in the Blackburn P-143 Buccaneer and AOW in the Blackburn P-139 Buccaneer? Not really a good idea for each of them. Blackburn Buccaneer is designed as a low-level strike aircraft. to take out the Svoldov class. And then it's re-engineered to the Mark II, which is a nuclear strike aircraft, but is improved in many ways and is a much bigger aircraft if you ever put them next to each other, but is different. Incision. Enough about the Fairey Barracuda. What about the Supermarine 333 that never happened? That would have been fun. I'm going to say thank you. And I'm going to say this to everyone. It's a lot. There is oh, how do I put this one? Thank you very much for all your support. It's a lot of fun, and I'm saying this at the end of the video because probably only the people who watch my channel faithfully will possibly get to the end of it. If you are a new viewer watcher and you're getting this, thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support. Really means a lot. Currently going through some issues I'm not going to get into on here because it's not really the place. But yeah, this channel has gone from a hobby to meaning a lot to me, and I really enjoy doing this stuff. And I'm sorry it's not a fluffy research assistant out here this evening, but both are inside because it's cold and raining outside, and they didn't want to make the trip. They decided they'd curl up in their beds. Zachary again. Out of curiosity, to Clarke, have you read The Whale Has Wings? I know it will never be never finished, but have you tried it, and what do you think of it as possible what if? I read it a while ago, so I'm not sure if I'm up to date on it. I mean, I do sometimes seem to add things to these things, but yeah, there's lots of possible what ifs. That's the thing about World War II. There are lots of what if moments. You know my favourites. My favourites involve Operation C. My favourites involve Norway. Because honestly, Norway, you only have to change one thing, and you have a big problem for the Germans. If the British decide to sea base move their forces forward, instead of backing them up, they decide to sea base and move them forward instead of delaying. They're out there. Then the German fleet runs smack bang into the Royal Navy at night in open ocean. That's not good for the Germans. They don't have anything that's going to take that. And the Royal Navy will have cruisers which already have troops aboard. So basically, any German troops get to the Norwegian shore, they find British cruisers coming steaming up the fjords after them to drop off British troops. It's a nightmare scenario. Or you have the Norwegians just act like a sensible government and actually issue the orders by radio to call up the reserves and tell people what's going on, rather than doing it by telegram. Anything is options. Best would be if RN allowed you to make a live vid from HMS Trafalgar about the Battle of Trafalgar Day. I don't think they'd let me on a decommissioned nuclear sub, but HMS Victory from Battle of Trafalgar Day would be quite cool. Knight 6831. Why did the British manage to make the turboprop strike plan in the Western work, whereas the US couldn't get the Douglas A2D Skyhawk Shark to work? Because the British wanted to make it work. The Americans wanted to get onto the jet aircraft. That's honestly often the scenario. The comment goes with hypersonics. Before intercepting, we need to confirm they can actually find and hit their targets. And then highly inaccurate and agile missiles and rapid response might be more important than the intercept more head or size speed. Potentially. Buildings are Drax area of expertise. Yes, but castles on castles, him and I will share that credit because I like doing castles and I teach castles to my engineering students. That's good. I hear someone dropped enough sonar buoys that someone could walk from Greenland to Iceland to Scotland without getting their feet wet. Cody, how would the TBY Seawolf have fared if it arrived on time? Honestly, I don't think it would have been that great. It's got a 312 mile per hour maximum speed, but no. I think the Americans were lucky they got the Avenger. I think the Avenger was probably a better aircraft than the TBY Seawolf. What do you think about today's RN drone test? I think they're having fun. They're learning a lot of skills using current available technology. It's very sensible. We really enjoyed the channel and the content and passion. Thank you. The clock. Thank you so much. Amen for the Blackburn. Look, the Blackburn gets far more attention than probably it deserves or ever expected thanks to this channel. That is... At this rate, I'm going to end up with one of those things put on my gravestone in like 100 and so years' time. I'm planning on doing like all my family if we are living a long, long time. Long enough so that we can say I told you so, but have far too much... how do I put this? Far too much British manners to ever actually say I told you so. I'm trying to get more eyes on your channel. Thank you. You're doing really well. Stafford, you are really kind and really helpful. You work really, really hard. I nodded off for it. Seem to recall some rather interesting narrated dreams. Can't exactly describe them. Enjoy. Thank you, Derp Squad. And thank you, Samuel. I was looking forward to 9631. I was looking forward to looking at the Shackleton Maritime Patrol Aircraft replacement requirements. I wonder why did the British decide to skip the turboprop and go to the jet-powered Nimrod for the piston-powered Shackleton? Because we had a jet-powered civilian airliner which needed some sails to help it out. Thank you, Daniel Freeman. Yes, this channel and Battleship New Jersey are the best things that came out in pandemics. I'm glad. Although, I do point out, I had a few videos on here live before the pandemic. It's just, they weren't lives, they were recorded videos, and I just did a couple of them. It was one of those things of, I didn't... now I do it on a regular basis. It's far easier to do. I'm quite quick at it. I know roughly what to do, what things to do, how to set things up, and it's a lot quicker to set up than it was when I was doing it once in a while and putting up a recorded video and having an interesting conversation with YouTube every time and going, why? So it's one of those things. It's a case of I'd started it, but I hadn't really put as much effort into it as I should have done. I noticed that it seems throughout history the British have gotten more out of US tech than the US has, but is this just because of the military industrial complex in the US, or is there more to it than that? There is the fact, to an extent, the British tend to be, when they're buying American tech, because the British are similar in terms of getting stuff out of British tech. The British tend to be sort of similar to the Americans. When the British are buying American tech, it's usually because they have a problem and they are working out how to fill a solution. It's kind of like I would watch the British developments of the F-35B, and I'm fairly sure the Australians and the Japanese are going to be doing a lot of work with the British on the F-35B, because I think how the British are planning on using it and how the Americans are planning on using it is going to be interestingly different. Because I've already heard some things coming from the Queen Elizabeth operation where the US Marines are going, ooh, you can do that? And the British are going, yeah, we can. And they go, ooh, can we have a go? Yes, you can. Colin Cameron, how goes the woodlouse problems? They have been found, neutralised, and the hole plugged. And the room will, at some point, as I said, it's once I've got everything, a handle and everything and sorted out, I'm going to set aside a couple of days, clear this place out. My sister has said when she's back at work more full time, I can put all my stuff in her office so it won't get wet. And I'm going to paint this place and put in the proper floor. Because I have a proper floor mix to put down on the wooden floor to protect the wooden floor, and I haven't managed to do that yet. It's been sitting here for about 2 months. Dear Scott, I'm going to ask BAE Systems to build a Blackburn as a charitable donation for the Church of the Glorious Biplane. Donate it to Duxford. They're going to need some displays soon if they're going to sell off things. Thank you, Sean Cookley. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I don't expect... It's very kind when people do donate money, and it's very kind when people are patrons and when they are subscribers and all these things, and very kind of you. But I honestly, I'm an academic. I'm not used to that. I don't really expect anything. It's very, very nice. It's one of the interesting conversations I had on Belfast the other day was how different it has been my experience of working with people in YouTube and stuff around that and the things like that, and versus academia, because it's let's put it this way: in academia, I have to to get what I want. I have to be quite tough on occasion and quite scary, which I can do, and I do when I have to, especially to protect the family, and sometimes to get what I want in terms of work. But it's not. It takes a lot out of me. It's not something I like to do. I'm quite a strong character, but I don't like to. I don't go seeking confrontation. I'm very much of the view that you have the swords, you have the weapons, but you keep them sheathed unless you need them. You don't threaten people as a rule. You always try to be nice. It's usually better in the long term as well for building a better relationship and make something more productive long term. But in academia, yeah, especially sometimes for colleagues who are even less able to be, are far less capable of being, I should be as blunt and quite to the point as I am. Paul Perry, Peter Harry. I also quite enjoyed listening to Charles. Thank you. So it's Cruiser Destroyer Program. White Elephant or Missed Opportunity? Missed Opportunity. That could have been a lot of fun and could have been quite useful. If the Royal Navy had had a decent cruiser destroyer system produced post World War II, i.e., and this is the point. I like the Daring class, but if you produce something of about 5,000 tons as a sort of a larger version of it, and you produced enough of them, they could have been in service for quite a while and very easily upgradable. I was one of the first for BB62, but also kept forgetting to watch their videos. Oh, they're a good video. Jersey is a good channel. I enjoy them. Zach Young, do you agree with Jack that Incomparable's hull would have made an interesting carrier? It would have made an interesting carrier. I think it would have been, it's one of those interesting things. I think depending on when it had been built, if it had been built, it could have ended up being converted into a carrier. But as a carrier, I also think it's kind of like we had a conversation when we were going around the Fleet Air Museum, and basically it came down to this: if you'd had Incomparable's hull and the three admirals converted as aircraft carriers, the Royal Navy would not only have had twin-engined aircraft as the Fleet Air aircraft, they'd probably kept control of the aircraft. They'd have probably had the scariest carrier collection in World War II. Because any one of those ships would have turned up with an immense amount of aircraft aboard. Sometimes I want a digital headstone on my grave, rotating set of photos of that. That's very kind of you. Melissa Road. Yes, we had a woodlouse. Melissa Road. Yes, I posted some links to the Discord. Link to the Discord is down below. Duxford is the Imperial War Museum is selling off some of its displays, including Grumman Avenger, which is in American colours, but it was originally one of the Canadian-built ones. And yeah, they're selling off some of their things. I'd prefer them to not be there. Mailed fist and velvet glove. Yeah, that's very much my policy. I always prefer, as I said, it. There are a few people I've watched who do various things around it. My granddad always used to say, policy was always, remember the first rule of a gentleman is that you're nice. Remember the second rule of a gentleman is that if you're in a fight, you win because you're protecting what you care about. So be nice. Don't go looking for fights. But if they come, win. That's good. Though you must remember, a gentleman without a sword is improperly dressed. Normally I carry a brolly. It's far more acceptable these days. A long brolly, especially if you have a well-made one. Knight 6831. How long could the Western Wyvern have served if its design flaw in the fuel system had been caught during testing and fixed? Oh, it could have easily done a full 20 years. It was quite a useful aircraft. Dan Freeman, academia sucks. Vicious infighting over what elsewhere are trivial amounts of money, prestige, power, and influence. You have that's yeah, that is. And I was having an interesting conversation with university recently about a junior lecturing post which I was applying for, and I went, well, you've only had one journal article. You've got a book coming out. Yes. You haven't done a postdoc. No, because there's only literally one postdoc in naval history pretty much offered every year in the UK, and they haven't picked a modern historian for a while. That's fine. They're on a 16th century kick. That's fine. If that's what they want to be on, that's what they want to be on. It doesn't bother me much. But I've applied to others and just haven't. I've come second in interviews. Sit there and listening to them, and then end up going, this is a post which is £26,000 a year. So not exactly the highest paying post in the world. It's entry level permanent post. Right. And then end up going, oh really? We want someone with at least a dozen journal articles. Really? At least 2 books. Okay. Edited at least 2 books as well. Oh, so that's 4 books and a dozen journal articles. And yes, preferably about 10 to 15 years teaching experience. We see, the thing is, the interesting point is, if I can sort of claim 10 years. Because I can claim I was actually teaching during my masters, so I can claim actually more than 10. I can claim 12 years teaching experience, which is why I'd made it through as far as I did. And before that, I'd done dyslexia special needs mentoring, dyslexia mentoring, and even led a few seminars for a lecturer who was a friend of mine. When I was doing my bachelor's, when I was in my 3rd year, I led some of the first year seminars for him when he had to go off to the doctors, and there was no one else to cover. So I had a lot of experience, but no, I wasn't anywhere near enough. And you sit there and go, the thing is, how does anyone produce all that in that time if they are working? You're not going to. It takes... I have got 4 journal articles currently going through review. The journal article I've got published that has come out with the Northern Mariner, I think it's come out. I came out with Northern Mariner last year. Took 5 years to get it through. I've honestly, in the time that one's got through, and the others are still going through, I have written, and the book's coming out in January, and COVID's happened. That's academia for you. What's horrible? What are selling them off? I have no idea. Honestly, I don't see a good reason for it, so I'm against it. I don't think they should be selling it off. Vision, that sounds like a Tiger class with Daring class armament light cruiser. To an extent. Honestly, the idea would have been you fitted about 4 of the Daring's double 4.5s. So it had 8. But could carry more space for AA armament. Duckluck, mostly because I'm planning on producing a what if where Incomparable and the Three Admirals did get turned into carriers. What number of aircraft would they actually carry by World War II? Incomparable, probably somewhere in the region of 100 plus. Admirals, at least 72, probably 80 something. I know when I was looking at them, I was thinking you would end up with squadrons of 18 aircraft. When I was looking into it, because you can't... It's going to sound strange, but there becomes a problem when you have too many squadron commanders and you're generating too many. So if you've got aircraft of that size, you therefore... squadron air carriers of that size and aircraft of that size, you end up with squadrons of 18 aircraft. And I basically worked out that the... Admirals would have 5 squadrons. 5 squadrons of them. And in comparison, possibly 6. Especially if they had deck parking, could probably run 6 squadrons quite happily. And external lifts. You need to do, if you did external lifts, which I think they would have done with Admiral class if they had them, and they would have probably gone external lifts and deck parking. Especially, again, the same with Incomparable, I think she would have been carrying 8 squadrons by World War II of 18 aircraft. So we're talking 144 aircraft. Quite possibly. They could have standardized all on 6 squadrons and be using Incomparable in a combined carrier unicorn role. Darius Radotsky, imagine an armor cruiser with 8 9.2-inch guns, mounted in 4 super firing turrets, 2 forward, 2 aft, 7-inch of armor. Ooh, would be fun. Night declaring, what aircraft capacity would be likely for rebuilt implacable class CV? You're probably looking at about 72 aircraft in the area being rebuilt. Probably looking. Maybe 60. Depends how they rebuild it and how much they shape the hangar space. And where they put the... whether they move the... whether as part of the flight deck reconstruction they go for deck edge lifts. Which they did look at, but they decided with Victorious would be too much, and then with the Audacious class... Undernard... Man, 2068. Couldn't you be better by managing Tesco? Yeah, there is definitely a. Sometimes my understanding is the military history field is considered rather distributed. Traditionally, it's a bit blurred with myth. The money is in books and social media. Probably. But there are a few good departments. You try and apply. Too much requirements. That sounds absurd. Do they think they are that much for Yale? That's. Trust me. No, that's not for a university on that level. No. The universities higher up have even more interesting requirements sometimes. That's good. Sounds like you're hitting a point in academia where a lot of people end up thinking, sod this for going to where my expertise is respected. To be honest, I'm starting to forge my own path. I'm doing TV work, I'm doing books, and I'm doing YouTube. And I'm sort of thinking that, okay, I'm treating the lecturing as something which I would like to do, and I'm very much still applying for, but I'm now of a point where I'm going, is it financially more? Sometimes I go financially. Is this application one I'm likely to get? Nope. Well, then I better more sensible for me to spend some time on YouTube or spend some time writing a book or research and writing a book or applying for a TV part where I teach on TV. John Quigley, good God, sounds like they want what we call the 2040 in a museum. I worked at a 20-year-old with 40 years experience, pretty much. Does the USNI's proceedings count as a journal? No, not in their worldview. No, academic journals are not quick. In fact, it takes longer to get a journal article out than a book by a long way. We get similar in medicine. Those who have an amazing CV will have done very little on wards instead of concentrating on CV buffing activities. They are bad colleagues. Rob Luke, I like Dr. Clarke's opinions on heavy cruisers versus armor cruisers versus battle cruisers. We all do. Right, Iron Bru's almost out, so I will finish off these questions and then I will say goodnight because I have puppies waiting for me to go in and put them to bed. I'm actually getting sick pictures of them going, where's Papa? Because it's now almost 10:30. Senator, IT. You work in IT and have a pulse. You are hired. I used to work in IT. I like working in IT. I still occasionally work in IT. I do. Now I do. I worked my whole way through my bachelor's as a IT technician, systems, not network. And I worked at the university. I ghosted, rebuilt machines, kept them working, did calls, all that stuff. Loved it. And because of some of the people I worked there, when I went on and did my master's at a different university, they connected me up with various computer game companies who went, we need historical accuracy testers. Yay! People who can understand to extent enough of the coding to be able to talk to our coders, and enough about computer game systems to talk to our people, but can talk about can look at the history. I went, yep, fine, I'll do that. So I worked on a few computer games. They were fun. Of course, a completely non-disclosure agreement signed up for all of them, but they're fun. Hello, Eric Kaufman. Davrim, Admirals are quite similar in terms of basic hull design, hull size specs to the Lexington class. They're slightly stronger, so believe it or not, they could take a slightly beamier flight deck and a slightly wider hangar. Plus, they're ever so slightly faster. I reckon, based on the engineering. Hi, Robert Luke. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I was planning on having at least 3 incomparable class hulls being turned. Fisher managed to push the hulls through, being my reason. Well, you could say the incomparable class were chosen as the basis for the admiral class, so a modified incomparable. That would make sense. What you'd want to do is you want to start off with HMS Agincourt being built, the 18-inch battleship, because if the 18-inch version of the Queen Elizabeth class battleship is built, then it makes sense that the next class on is longer. So basically, if you change that piece, then it makes sense that Fisher gets what he wants. But they're not called incomparables. They're based on his incomparable idea, but they are admirals. And probably, because no one would want to call a battleship incomparable, but they wouldn't mind calling it admirals, probably 18-inch guns, but they might well be armed with treble 18 inches. So he designs this ship, of course, around 6 20-inch guns. They might be designed around 9 18-inch guns, in which case you would get an incomparable sized hull. An 18-inch is quite possible if you've already built an 6-gun 18-inch gun, a 3-turret 6-gun 18-inch battleship. And then they could have, let's put it this way, what you would want is you'd want at least one of them to have been built as full built, and the other 3 converted to carriers. So, yeah. That's my idea. So much. In the US, they are often... yeah. I'm not going to get into the history journals. That could ban me from being published fully forever. It reminds me of a job advert for an IT position requiring at least 6 years' experience in a programming language that was only 2 years old at the point. I think I saw the same advert at one point, so yeah. Sounds like a nice teaching position your dad was in, Stafford. Something like, I think I'm kind of spoiled by the speed of IT when Darcy's scientific stuff is outdated. Yes. Pigeon, I've been in letters both proceedings and Air Force magazines, so there is no way they are respectable academic journals. You see, I consider them very good journals, but they often wouldn't be considered academic journals because they don't require academic credentials to write them. Tempting. Definitely to Darius Horowitz, definitely tempting to work with Bismarck and Bernard. I like them both. Well, they're channels. Knight 6831. If the AD2D Sky Shark had worked, then would the A1 Skyraid have been retired early? Potentially. It would have had a viable replacement. Staff Thompson, I do consider occasionally going abroad, but I have a lot of family in the UK, and I try and take care of them. Plus, fluffy research assistants. Any games that have come out that you could mention? That's the point of the NDA. You saw them when they were really not good. So, but how do I put this? There may be some games I occasionally talk about. None of them are online games or things like World of Warships. I didn't do any work for them. I can say that quite happily because I didn't. But let's put it this way. There are some games occasionally I talk about. They might have a special place in my heart for a reason. Knight 6831. How outdated was the S2 tracker compared to the Fairey Gunnet and the P2 Neptune compared to Nimrod? I'd say the Neptune and Nimrod weren't too dissimilar in capabilities, but Nimrod was a lot faster. And the Fairey Gunnet and the S2 tracker, they had different capabilities. One was good at one thing, one was good at the other. Probably Drakenfeld's dry humor cracks me up. Yeah, he does. He's fun to have and chatter with. Zachary, that's something I was planning on including an 18-inch armed Agincourt being included in it, but thanks for the idea. It makes sense. And let's be honest, the 20-inch guns would have had to be specially developed, but if they've got the 18-inch guns from Agincourt, then they've already got guns which work, so then you need the treble turret. And if you've got the treble turret, if you're building a 9 or 12 gun ship, that could be it. That could be the really big thing. It could be a 12 18-inch gunship. That would scare the bejesus out of everyone, and they'd be very happy if you converted 3 of them to a carrier. They'd probably be begging you in 1920 to convert 3 to carriers. Please do so. What you'd really want is you want to have 2 built as configured. So basically, each carrier gets an 18-inch armed battleship, and that's your sort of 3 task forces. Oh. How did half salvos work for 3 triple turrets? You would fire probably thirds, or you would fire. Let's say you'd fire 5 and then 4. So normally under that scenario, you'd fire 1 and 3 from A turret, 1 and 3 from B turret, and 2 from C turret, or from X turret, or Y turret, depending on its position. And then you'd fire 2, 2, and 1 and 3. Zachary, so replace the original admirals with them. It's interesting. And then you can just give them the admirals' names. So you know Nelson, Rodney, Howe, Anson. Night Seeker, the Iron Brew has run out. Probably Agincourt 18-inch guns. No, the Agincourt. Basically, if we brought the Brazilian ship is renamed Agincourt, as the Agincourt is cancelled. The Queen Elizabeth Agincourt. The Queen Elizabeth Agincourt is a one-off Queen Elizabeth class, which is ordered kind of late and is supposed to be armed with 15-inch special gun, special 15s. And remember, what was the special 13.5-inch? It was the 15-inch. Yeah, it's fun times. Zachary, Hardy, Collingwood. Yeah, you can have lots of fun with those. Anyway, right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. I have finished the Iron Brew, and I said I'm going into the to talk to my fluffy companions and say hello to them and make sure they're okay before they go to bed. Thank you very much for all the super chats. Thank you very much for everyone who subscribed. Thank you for everyone who shared. Thank you for everyone who's joined the channel. We are currently 3 away, I think, from a new emoji having to be designed, so I'll have to figure that one out at one point. And I hope you've had fun. I hope you've enjoyed this evening, and take care. Let's see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for turning up. Thank you, Carl Gasbert. Thank you, Robert Luke. Thank you, Rosowski. Thank you, Melly1640. Thank you, DGB40. Thank you, Nautical Wolf. Thank you, Robert Luke. Thank you, Stephen Winish. Thank you, Cow2Face. Melly64. I said Melly. Thank you, John Shea. Thank you, Knight6831. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Stafford Thompson. Thank you, Dan and Stafford, for doing the admin role this evening in the chat. It's very, very kind of you and very, very helpful. Thank you, Kenrick Johnson. Thank you, Derp Squad. And thank you, Anuk. And thank you, Seneca Nero. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And thank you. Have a nice evening and enjoy. Random. And take care. Thank you. Thank you, Sean Quigley. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Adam Crow, and thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, everyone, and take care.